You're watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois on Monday, December 20th, 2021, around 11 p.m. Give or take the few minutes for the fancy intro. We're doing something special. We're sort of celebrating Christmas with a few days marathon of a very special game, Adventures by Gaslight, a rare and out-of-print expansion for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. Before we jump into it, we've got some preliminary stuff to cover. If someone is in the chat, could let me know if the audio and video is coming through okay. I see we've got Jonathan Warner here with us again. And someone new, Aaron Kalyanoglu, who actually posted a comment. And Aaron, where are you from again? Remind me, I know it's not in the United States. Aaron says everything's coming through well. Okay, good. How did you like my fancy animated background? Could you see Sherlock Holmes in the background? Aaron is from Turkey. Okay, that's exciting. Istanbul. Wow, that is exciting. What do we need to say before we get into it? Okay. I put a link in the chat, in the YouTube chat, for a downloadable map if anyone wants to have the map of London with them as we play. And I will just switch and show you. Here's the map I have. This is a map from one of the new boxes by Space Cowboy. It's either Jack the Ripper or one of the other ones. There's been different versions of it. In fact, I can show you here is, I believe, one of the very originals, if you can see that, from the 1981-1982 version. I don't know if this is actually from the 1981 or 82, but soon after that. And it's a little harder to read the streets and everything. But we've got the digital version here. I've got a newer digital version on the tablet as well that we can look at. But I left a download if you want to download the map to look around. And we'll be switching around. I've got the physical map. We've got obviously, we're going to open this up together. It's still in its shrink wrap. So we'll spend, so let's talk about what we're going to do today. I'm going to talk a little bit about the history of this game from what I know of it. We'll open it up and we will play the first session. Now, as I understand it, this is sort of a notorious expansion. It's one of the only expansions that hasn't gotten reprinted yet, and there's a reason. It's generally regarded as having real frustrating elements and not being solvable with normal intellect, or not even just difficult, just a game that most people have not solved. We'll talk a little bit about why that might be. Anyway, it's played over the course of several sessions. You spend a day in London, and then you spend a day in Paris, and then you try to solve it. So ostensibly only 2 sessions. However, we will look at some of the posts on BGG about it, and the playtime has been estimated for some groups around 14 to 16 hours. Now, I normally double that. That would be like 32 hours. So we probably won't do it in 2 sessions. We'll spend more than 1 day in London, and we're going to try to really soak this in. This may be hard to watch, but feel free. We're going to do this like a marathon. This is going to be our adventure traveling back in time. So, if you want to just stop in occasionally to see how we're doing, if you've got the stamina to stay with us the whole time, put it on in the background or just check in occasionally. So whatever we don't do tonight, we'll probably play for 5 hours or so. Then we'll continue tomorrow, and we'll continue for the next couple days until we finish it. And then I'll give my thoughts about it. We'll talk on the channel about what we thought of the game compared to base Sherlock Holmes, other stuff. And then we'll hang around at the end of each session and just chat a little if anyone wants to talk in the chat channel. What other preliminary stuff do we need to talk about before we get into it? If anyone has anything on the channel they want to talk about, movie recommendations. Jonathan and I have been trading movie recommendations a bit. I watched Black Coal. Jonathan will have to remind me the name of it. Black Coal something oil. Chinese movie. Chinese? Korean? That was quite good. Jonathan watched Police Adjective. There can't be more than a handful of people on the planet who have sat through all of Police Adjective. Black Coal, Thin Ice, Jonathan says. So the movie recommendation I want to make for you tonight is a movie called Cold Weather. Cold Weather is in the little-known genre mumblecore. You might put Slacker in that as well. There are a bunch of movies like this, but Cold Weather is one of my favorites, and it has some tie-in to today. If you watch it, you'll see some of the tie-ins. You'll see how it connects to today's session, and it also has. I was telling Jonathan, I am a sucker for scenes, especially endings of movies that just like set you back. You're like, what happened here? Like, how did the director get permission to end the movie this way? Like, they're movies that are like Zen poems. They sort of break you. They break your brain. You're not sure how to process it. And Cold Weather, Slacker is the movie I remember first seeing where I was like, what just happened? And, but Cold Weather has a couple of things in it that are very special to me, and I recommend it. Anyone else have anything to say before I start getting into my spiel about the game? This will be full of spoilers. Do not watch this if you plan to play it, but you could watch it unboxed. You could watch the unboxing and then leave before I start playing it if you plan to play it. This is a hard game, hard expansion to get hold of. As I said, it came out in around 86. It's one of the few games that they haven't yet remade into one of the new editions. I suspect they will eventually get around to it, but there may be a reason they haven't yet, and we'll talk about that. Jonathan says, don't look up a trailer for Police Adjective if you want to watch it. Yeah, in fact, let me just see if I can get the chat side by side here. Yes, I can. Okay, so for our introduction, I can get the chat up here. What else? I guess we should say, well, before we actually start, you can see it's good to set the tone for these streams so you know what you're in for. A slow start before we get into it. You can see there on the shelf is the 1936 game Crime Dossier book/game by Dennis Wheatley that Jonathan told me about these old mystery detective games/books that you read and try to solve along with it. It's got actual evidence in it. And so we'll be playing that soon, maybe over New Year as a special event. And then next to it is Gumshoe, which I played mostly live on stream, which is the giant epic game made by the same company that made Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. Aaron says the map link I posted is not here anymore, I guess. It was here an hour ago. Okay, I'll check it when we go on our first break and try to upload. You can find it on BGG somewhere, but the link I gave was to my file. So I'm not sure why it's not there anymore, but I'll check on next break. What we'll do is we'll open it up. We'll do an unboxing. I'll finish all my preliminary stuff. And then we'll take our first 5-minute break and everyone can get their tea refilled and then we'll start. So the first session here, the first little chunk of hour will just be unboxing and looking at stuff. So let's see, what else should we say? Let me show you what else I've got here. So I've got a map from one of the newer boxes. We've got the expansion, which we can look at here. The back of this box tells you need the original. Now, the original game came in a spiral bound, not spiral bound, a loose leaf folder, a 3-ring binder. I don't have that, but I have the necessary parts to that, and I'll show you what those are. But let me show you what else I've got here at the table. Here is the directory, the London directory. This is again from one of the more recent reprints, but it's, if not identical, equivalent, usable for the older stuff. If you haven't played Sherlock Holmes, you know you've got like a white pages, which each person's name has got their address. And then we've got the commercial offices, government, storefronts, hotels, inns, banks, etc. Okay. Then we've got the rule book from the Starry version of Sherlock Holmes, which is the reprint that really brought Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective back. We don't need the rule book, but what we may need is this list of addresses of allies. These are sort of people that you can visit in any game. And in fact, from this list, someone on Board Game Geek made a set of business cards. Let's get a close-up of these. These are business cards for each of your allies. So in each game you can visit people. You can visit people from this list. You can visit Sherlock Holmes himself. You can visit the carriage stables, etc. So someone made, just for fun, a set of business cards for all the different people you can visit. And it's got their address, their game address. Toy shop. Scotland Yard, society columnist, the newspaper person, librarian. This is the underworld person, another librarian. Mycroft, Sherlock's brother, who works in government and who's lazy, apparently. Chemist, criminologist. Feels like we got 2 of these. Surely there aren't 2 toy shops. I see. Maybe I have duplicates of one of these. We'll keep this. So these are just for fun and maybe to help us keep track of where we've been. And on a very similar note, if you want a more functional version of this, of these cards, someone made a nice list here of all the allies. This is useful because you can write down what information they told you that's useful, and it makes sure you don't miss anyone. Don't forget anyone. Not all of these people will be relevant for each case, and I have no knowledge that you don't have about what Gaslight has. Okay. Erin says, I have the original map. Anyway, not this version. That's fine. All the maps are equivalent for our purposes. All right. What else? I've also got all of my accessories here. I've got my reading glasses, pens, note cards. I've been playing a whole bunch of these mystery suspect games where I keep a note card for each person, etc. Now, for Sherlock Holmes, I feel like it should probably be done differently. Probably not indexed cards. When I play Sherlock Holmes, I tend to use a loose leaf, a spiral bound paper, so that I can see which clues I went to in which order. So I think we'll probably be using a notebook for this game. I've also got little cubes if we want to track where we've been on the board, although we may use the digital version of the map. I've got my pipe for moments where we have to really think. And I guess that's it. I will try to take screenshots. Well, I guess in this game, in the mystery suspect games, I've been showing screenshots of each document. This is not going to be like that, so probably you won't have to worry about taking screenshots. But I'm going to read everything. Everything I read, I will read out loud. It'll make it take a long time, but that's just how we do it here. Okay. Boy, this is a long preliminary video, but okay. So let's understand, let's set our expectations for this game, for Adventures by Gaslight. There have been some posts. This is a rare game. Not that many people have played it. There have been some posts on BGG that I want us to look at to sort of set our expectations and let us know what we're in for. So let's see, what's the best way to do this? Okay. And we're going to see a review by one of our old friends here, Dave Neal. But first we're going to take a look at, let's see. Why aren't these loading? Okay. Let's just look at what some people have said. I wouldn't call these spoilers, but this is someone telling us it's really just 2 full sessions. It's the most complex, biggest and most complex case I have played. It's a double-edged sword. Before deciding if you want to play it. Okay, so here's someone speaking to my way of thinking. They're basically saying, look, if you want to play this, before deciding, you should really think about where you derive your enjoyment from these games. If you play these games because you want to match wits with Sherlock and try to make the same brilliant deductions he does, I strongly recommend staying away from this case. The deductions you will be asked to make in this case require some unbelievable leaps of logic. Even in hindsight, I feel left behind. There's no scoring. You're basically not going to be able to solve it. But if you play these games because you enjoy immersing yourself. Sorry, I have to lost my place here. If you play these games because you enjoy immersing yourself in Holmes' world, gathering clues, making assumptions, and the moment-to-moment gameplay, this case is for you. I spent more than double the amount of time I normally spend on a case just doing day 1 of this set. Okay, it's true that somewhere in Paris, the investigation where it's welcome, I was able to spend more time enjoying Holmes' world than I ever have before. My final opinion is it's too hard to expect anyone but Holmes to solve. At the end of my investigation 4 long play sessions, I was beaten and worn down. I spent so long puzzling over 2 incredibly difficult ciphers that I wasn't able to solve. One of them was never meant to be solved. The other made no sense. Okay, so I think that is useful for us because for me, that's fine. We are in here not to solve it, not to match wits with Sherlock Holmes. We are in this for enjoying the marathon, frustration, full experience. We're here for the long slog and the real experience of traveling back in time. And that's what's so exciting about this, what I'm so looking forward to. We're basically going to travel back in time twice. We're going to travel back to 1986 to look at this game design and this box that hasn't been opened in 35 years. And we're going to experience a game that's out of time, that they don't make like this anymore. A game that was made to be played over 20 hours and more. And then we're going to travel back with Sherlock Holmes back to the 1800s, to London, and then to Paris. So we're here for the journey, and we're not going to obsess over solving it. We're just going to try to breathe in the atmosphere and enjoy it. Okay, now let's look at this review by Dave Neal. Now, who is Dave Neal? Well, Dave Neal was a fan of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, ended up writing some fan cases, and then made an official big box expansion for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, The Baker Street Irregulars, which is one of my favorite Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective experiences, and I've played through on the channel 4 of them. Just amazing. Okay, let's look at what Dave Neal has to say. It took us something in the region of 12 to 16 hours to play, and you really need to schedule in times to make sure you do sessions quite close. We're going to play them day after day after day until we finish it. It's a complex case. We spent a lot of the time feeling completely baffled. We got a lot of details right, but missed one crucial clue. That's a little scary. This case is hard. The main plot, it won't spoil. Let's skip over this. He's not going to spoil it, but okay. The good points, well written, interesting. Okay, confusing, not so good points. Although the solution makes sense, I think it could have been tighter, wrapped up a bit more. Elements not explained. I don't think the designer's intended to be as confusing. One thing you should know, he's just talking about when you go to Paris, you need the map. Okay. He's suggesting this is, before you decide whether you go for this, try out Queen's Park. Okay, he says, all in all, it's a good case with lots of threads to explore and one that fully absorbs you into the atmosphere of Holmes's world. Okay, so again, he's basically saying it's too hard, don't expect to solve it, expect to be frustrated, but go into it for the enjoyment of the experience. And then there's one more review by someone saying basically it could have been cut down in half and it would have been tighter. So I wanted to give you that so you see what I saw and so that we set expectations. Expectations are a big part of the enjoyment of these things. So we're here for the experience, and we're going to cut this game some slack. All right, anything else we need to talk about? I do want to give like a shout out or whatever to a blog called The Virtual Wren, W-R-E-N. That person who writes that blog, who's a bit of a mystery to me, has lots of posts of some of Sherlock Holmes' rare expansions, and they've got some photos and scans of some of them, and they've got some scans of the Paris map, which I downloaded and put together, so we'll be able to use that map on the tablet when it comes to it. What else? Are we ready to open up this box? Do we need to... I wonder if we need to set... All right, no, we won't set the tone yet. We'll open up the box. All right, how far... I forgot to set my timer here, but maybe I can see it. How long have we been streaming? I can't quite... Oh, yeah, I can't quite see. All right, any last comments before we open this box up? I wish I could see how long. Oh, I guess we know it's 11:30, so half hour. Okay, 30 minutes in. We haven't opened the box yet. All right, here we go. All right, let's go. You ready to open up this box with me? All right, here we go. So it's got a little hole in the wrapper right now. So let's just... So 1985, so 30... Wow, it's good, high quality plastic. 36 years. Now, I bought this on eBay. I paid $100 for it. And for all we know, this is not the original wrapper. It smells like the original wrapper. And this box could be empty. Have you ever seen those unboxings of like the iPhone where there's nothing in it? All right, so nothing on the back. This was just added in the wrapper. All right, so let's take a look at this more closely. Can you see? Is this too close up? All right, Adventures by Gaslight. Let's take a look at this together. All right, the game is afoot once again in Holmes's London and Paris as this adventure takes you, as a Baker Street irregular, across the English Channel. John Wiggins As you join Wiggins, as you interview clients, interrogate suspects, search the newspapers for clues, and prowl the streets of London and Paris as you try to piece together the facts and reach a solution. To supplement requires components from that game. As the events unfold day by day, can you clear Annie Forster of the charges against her? Where are Emily Thacker's porcelain birds? What is Mycroft's role in this affair? These are only a few of the mysteries that will challenge your deductive reasoning as you spend a few days in May of 1889 trying to solve the Adventures by Gaslight. Like all the games in the Consulting Detective series, Adventures by Gaslight is not a board game. No dice, no luck, but a challenge to your mental ability. The game has been thoroughly researched for Holmesian and Victorian accuracy to capture a feeling of that bygone era. Contents are a case book, 24-page book, rules, briefings, and 5 days of the case, question, solution, and answers, clue book, 143 numbered clues, newspaper archive, collection of loose newspapers from both the Times and Le Figaro, which provide clues and information pertaining to the cases as well as general Victoriana, newspaper and postcard, 2 of the clues which you discover as your investigation progresses. What do they mean? Where will they lead? An 11 by 17 map of Paris, simplified map of central Paris. Adventures by Gaslight is a supplement to the award-winning Consulting Detective. This supplement requires components from the game for play. Also available as freestanding supplements are The Mansion Murders and The Queen's Park Affair, both of which did get reprinted. Come, Watson, come. The game is afoot. Okay. All right, let's see what we've got here. If there's nothing in this, this is going to be a short and disappointing stream. All right. So what have we got here? Name, address, city, state, your age. I just bought your game, blank. Please send me your latest catalog. Put me on your mailing list. How did you like the game? Where did you purchase it? Game store, bookstore, mail order. What are you interested in? Okay, so this is going to be from Sleuth Publications in San Francisco, the original designers of Sherlock Holmes. Consulting Detective, obviously. All right, we've got some newspapers. 2 large newspapers. A postcard from Paris. This is the London Times from March 5th. Then we've got a London Times from May 31st. And then the French newspaper, Le Figaro, from May 23rd. So I believe we're not supposed to be, we don't need these until the day. So probably we'll start with March. I don't know if we got the postcard right away. I thought I read that it'll tell you when you get the postcard. So we're just going to put these off to the side. All right. We will read this entire newspaper together. We'll take some, you'll have time to take some screenshots if you want to study it. Okay. Well, here's what Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective used to look like. Now we've got full 8.5 by 11 sheets here. The case book. What does it say here? Here's Holmes talking to Watson, it looks like. They're on a train. And he's saying, I need my glasses for this. He says, Holmes gave me a sketch of the events. Okay, Holmes is sketching out to Watson some important information. Adventures by Gaslight, copyright 1988. So not, and this one says originally published. Ah, look at that. So this solves one of our first mysteries. The French love this game. And I'm going to show you some photographs of the French version and some interesting trivia. But I always wondered, was it originally French and translated to English or vice versa? Now we know the answer. It was 1986, published originally in French. L'affaire des oiseaux de papier. The name of it originally was The Affair of the Paper Birds. The Birds of Paper. and then 2 years later translated into English as Adventures by Gaslight. Why the change? We don't know, but I am going to show you some interesting trivia from the French version. Okay, and then translated by Catherine. So we don't know, I guess here are the original authors, Jacques and Jacqueline Thuriat. If someone wants to search for their history, if they've done other stuff. All right, whoa, look at this. Never seen a picture of this before. The game components listed in the casebook are components needed to play Adventures by Gaslight. 3 of these components, Holmes' London map, the London directory, and Holmes's lecture of 1886, are not included in this game supplement as stated on the descriptive back sheet. If you don't have these parts or would like an extra set, send $5. Okay, well, we have those set. I'll explain what Holmes's lecture is in a moment. Okay, let's put that aside. Okay, here's another illustration. I've heard of your methods before now, Mr. Holmes. Someone talking to him. Okay, so there's some rules here. We'll read these together. And now there's some instructions for how to play this supplement. Wow, that's interesting. Okay, so it's going to tell us the sequence of how we play these multiple days. And then it's got an introduction for your first day, which we'll read to start the game. And then it's got stuff for the next day, which we'll read when we get to the next day. And then presumably in this book are the solutions. We'll take a look at that in a second. All right, let's see what's next. What's next is a map of central Paris. So I have a digital version of this, but let's take a look at this. It looks pretty nice. We've got a legend on the side that tells us what all of these numbered locations are. It's all in French. I've talked to my dear friend Zachary Brown, who is currently living in Paris. He says he lives outside of central Paris up here somewhere. So he's not on this map, but he's given me some brief rundown of important buildings and how to make sense of them. But we may need someone to be looking up, if we've got, you all know probably how Sherlock Holmes works. It'll refer to a place, we'll look it up, or a number, and then we'll go look in the clue book for what's under, what information is at, what paragraph is at that location. But occasionally in Sherlock Holmes, you're not told a specific location. You might have a clue that maybe you think someone went to a pharmacy. So then you look through the directory or on the map, where might a nearby pharmacy be? So it's possible that we'll get some Paris clues that require us to understand a little bit of French to figure out, like, how do we locate the pharmacies? We'll handle that when we get to it. Maybe someone in the channel can help us look stuff up. We're not in Paris yet, so we won't worry about that yet. In fact, we won't be in Paris today. Paris will be tomorrow or the day after. Okay, and then the last thing in the box is this clue book. What one man can invent, another can discover. That's interesting. That is almost a play on Greg's favorite quote about what one man can do, another man can do. What one man can invent, another can discover. Okay, so these will be the clues. Let's see, we've got another little saying here. I am delighted that you have come down, Mr. Holmes. Okay. So this will be the clues. Wow, look at, okay, so look at this. All right, so we've already got something interesting here. Got an illustration here, setting the day, old houses. Okay, now I have a question, a historical question. When we played Gumshoe, which is the 1980-something epic game spin-off about a hard-boiled detective in the 30s. It used a different system. Each day it told you, here are the possible places where there are clues. And in the modern reprints of Sherlock Holmes, they don't do that. They don't tell you, here's a list of places that have valid clues. They're all open for possibility, and it's very common for you to play a case and not have gone someplace because you didn't realize it was relevant. Now, this is very interesting. Here, we actually have a total list of all the clue points, which is what it's called in Gumshoe. So you actually could go make sure you read every clue. And maybe we'll do that. I'm not sure yet. I haven't decided. And then here we have the clues, which we will not look at now. Let's just see if there's any back material, some blank pages. No, okay. All right, so that is everything in the box. Clue book, case book, which tells us a little intro for each case. Oh, so my question was, do the original Sherlock Holmes cases, like the Thames murders and all those, did those list the clue points? Did those have a complete list of clue points? And it's only modern reprints that got rid of that? Or is it just this expansion that has that? All right, I guess we're going to need the case book and we're going to need the clue book right away. So I'll take these out of the box. We don't need this postcard. We don't need this back material. And we don't need the map of Paris yet. I don't know what newspapers we're going to need. I'm just going to take out the first one from March. Well, let's see. Let's see what the first day is. First day is May 21st. So I guess we are going to need this newspaper. The Paris newspaper isn't the 23rd of May, so we won't need that. All right, so I'm going to put this box away now. We've got our material that we'll need. Okay, so we're going to put these aside for now. We're going to take a break before we start playing, but I want to show you some cool trivia. Jonathan Warner says, interesting that in Gumshoe there were kind of dead-end paragraphs, repeats from previous days, so the relevant clues were hidden a little more in the noise. This looks different. Aaron says, I can't remember for the second printing of the first game. I think you didn't get these. Okay, I want to show you some cool stuff from the original French version. Let's see if I can pull this up here. Yes, okay. All right, so let's go to the gallery. Okay. Where do we start? Where shall we start here? Okay. All right. Here's the French introduction. It just explains the case, but I want you to see something here. Okay, so it tells you when the case is. Now look at this. Look at the bottom. Attention. It's in French. I can't read French or understand it, but let me paraphrase what this says. It says the solutions aren't in this box. This is 1986, the French version produced by Jules Descartes. Okay, you can correct me if I'm getting any of this wrong, but basically what it says is the solutions aren't here. You can get them from the 4th of May, 1987, something like that. Maybe if Zachary is here, he could translate that for us exactly. But basically, the solution wasn't in this box. Now, why is that? Well, let's look. Let's look at the other piece of information. What's this here? Here's the coupon. These are scans that are from BGG. These are not mine. These are someone's scanned these. Okay, so this is a coupon good for the solution for this case that you can get at your local game store for this case 3, expansion 3, after May 4, 1987. Released in 86, get it in 87. Okay, So here's this little coupon you would get. Now, okay, plot thickens. Kind of weird, right? Okay, now look at what it was. It was a contest. You would try to answer the questions and you would submit them. Okay? Let's go back out if I can. Okay. All right. So it was a contest when this version was released in France. So they had a short period. Can we see when that was? Between 15 October 1986, you can see at the top, 15 October 1986 and 31 March 1987, you could enter this contest to win because you've solved it. So maybe that explains why it was so much harder than normal, because they didn't expect most people, they didn't want most people to solve it. It was like a super hard case. Now, I don't know, it would be lovely to hear who won this and see some photos, some newspaper photos. Surely it's been written up somewhere, but I haven't seen it. And I guess these were probably individually numbered. This was 383, whoever scanned these in from their French version on BGG. But it would be nice to know what the outcome of that contest was. Okay, I've given you a little bit of history of the French version, as much as I know. So 50 minutes in, we just unboxed and looked and talked about the game. We're going to stop here for a 5-minute break. You can go get your tea, get your pipe, fill it with your tobacco, settle in, get your whatever the name of that jacket was that he wore. We'll come back and we'll read the introduction to the case. So I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call for Two. We are doing something very special. We're playing Adventures by Gaslight, the rare and out-of-print 1986 expansion for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. This is session 1. It will take us at least 2 sessions. We'll continue tomorrow, but probably more than that. And we are going to take our time. You saw a little, that's the Sarah cam that you saw there, of the cat sleeping peacefully on the chair. Okay. Anything from the chat? Anyone want to, anything we need to get out of the way before we start? So everyone, there's such enjoyment for traveling back in time. For me, that's like 90% of why I love these Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective games, is to travel back in time. And this double traveling back in time is pretty exciting. All right. Let's see what we got here. Volume 4. So these French, I don't know why it's volume 4. Three expansions. I think that's Carlton House and Queen's Park. Those were part of those expansions. So this is their next one. I recognize that the evidence is purely circumstantial and that some new development may upset it, says Sherlock Holmes. Okay, yeah, they're the first 3. The base one, Mansion Murders, Queen's Park Affair. I don't know why this is 4, not 3. Okay, let's read this together. Welcome to Adventures by Gaslight, the 4th volume in the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective series. These adventures take place over a period of 5 days. Tuesday, 21 May 1889 to Saturday, 25 May 1889. And take the player from the familiar streets of Victorian London to the less familiar streets of 1889 Paris. Holmes' London map is a simplified street map of Victorian London. It is used to give the players a pictorial view of the area of London used in this volume. There are approximately 500 numbered locations, which we shall refer to as clue points. They represent specific places in orange color, such as the Royal Mint or Bank of England, or general purpose locations, yellow. Okay, so if we look at our more recent map, I think what we've got is orange, this reddish, looks red to me, and yellow. So they still kept that same thing. We could look at the original map if we wanted to get a better look at how it originally looked. Okay, same idea. All right, let's go back. When you look at the map, you notice that each clue point is designated by a number. The map has been divided into 5 sections corresponding to London's postal districts, each represented by 2 letters: southeast, southwest, northwest, west central, and east central. Thus, when you are given the address 39 Aldersgate EC, you will know that it is located in the upper right section EC on Aldersgate Street in the space labeled 39. Remember that these locations actually represent blocks and as such may serve as the address of more than one person or business. Sorry. A specific location, such as Scotland Yard, will have its name as well as its street number on the map. The London Directory, which we have the modern version of here. This directory contains an alphabetical listing of most characters and places mentioned or alluded to in the case. It also contains many listings that are not mentioned in the case. These additional listings are provided so that information can be found in a logical manner. For example, if a murder is committed with the poison, you may wish to visit the various chemists and apothecaries listed in the directory. Paris map, a simplified map of Paris circa 1889. Okay. Clue book is going over the contents of the box. The clue book consists of 143 numbered clues preceded by the clue point listing, a table of clue point addresses, and their corresponding clue numbers. The casebook contains the rules, this is what we're reading now, the daily briefings for each of the 5 days of the case, the questions, solutions, and answers. Newspaper archive. We've got any time in the game you may refer to the newspaper of that day or any previous day. The newspaper from March 5th, 1889 is not part of the newspaper archive and should not be examined until so instructed during the game. That was the one that had the postcard in it. Does it still? What did we do with the postcard? Okay, well, we'll have to get out the postcard if we're told to. Okay. 1.7, Holmes' lecture of 1886. The lecture should be read aloud to all the players before the start of the game. The resources which Holmes described are summarized in a list at the end of this lecture. Okay, so what is the lecture of 1886? The lecture of 1886, which actually is in this rule, I believe it's in this rule book? Yes. Okay, so here is the lecture. Here is the lecture of 1886. What it does is it introduces all of these allies and where they are. That's the same one that I have cards for. So it basically gives a story version of telling you about these people. So he says, our first stop will be St. Bartholomew's Hospital, or Bart's. Holmes pointed to 38 EC on the map with the tip of his pipe. Bart's is one of the oldest and greatest of London's hospitals and is one of the medical schools of the London University College. Located here is the office of the coroner's chief medical examiner, Sir Jasper Meeks. He is London's greatest forensic pathologist. You can depend on him for all the technical details that can be obtained from a corpus delicti. So basically, this long lecture just introduces all of our allies. So we're not going to read this. This is included in the base game, and these allies are used more or less in all of the games. So he's talking about the toy shop guy, the different newspaper writers, why you would go to each of these for information. Some of these people he doesn't have much respect for. Okay, so anyway, that's what the lecture is. You don't need any details in the lecture other than this summary here of those people mentioned and where they are. Okay, let's get back to this. You will be instructed in the course of the game when it is time to examine the newspaper page from March 5th and the postal card folded inside it. I guess we should, it's going to tell us, but I'm going to go ahead and get out this postcard and put it, because it was found together with this. We will put this in the box so we don't get tempted to read it when we shouldn't. All right. So that's a little, we've been playing these mystery suspect games, which have documents. That's Sherlock Holmes tiptoeing into that genre where we've got a little document that we're not allowed to see until we discover it. I don't know why that's not done more in the Sherlock Holmes games. Okay, game equipment use. Before beginning the game, lay out both maps so that all players will be able to see it and use them at will. Place the newspaper archive and the London directory so all players will have access to them. Remember, the newspaper archive and the directory can be referred to at any time during the game and as many times as the players wish. Okay, play of the game. Here we go. So everything here before that was mostly generic. In Adventures by Gaslight, the London clues pertain only to Tuesday, May 21st, And the Paris clues pertain only to Thursday, May 23rd. The sequence of play is as follows. Tuesday, 21 May 1889, we do the London clues. Wednesday, we go back to the casebook, and it's just going to tell us we travel to Paris. Then Thursday, we read more briefing, and we do Paris clues. Friday, we go to the casebook. Saturday, we go to the casebook and have to answer questions. Okay, it's worth pausing for a second. Dave Neal, when he played, he said they went to London, they did this properly, they did all their stuff in London. Then when you go to Paris, you're not supposed to, the point is, once you leave London and go to Paris, you can't go back to London and do more clues. Dave Neal said they played it, they realized they probably missed something, so they went back. And I'm inclined to play it that way too. We're here for the experience. If we get to, we're not here to win the contest. If we get to Paris and we realize, wow, we missed something important in London, we may go back to London. But basically, this game only takes part in 2 days. There's a London day. When you finish there, you do the Paris day. When you finish there, you have to solve the case. Theoretically, could be done in 2 sessions. To begin the game, turn to Tuesday, May 21st, 1889 in the casebook and read the case. Remember that the newspaper from May 21st is available for study throughout day 1 and the following days. Now you must decide which clue point you would like to visit in order to begin your investigation. Turn to the clue point listing at the beginning of the clue point, look up the address of your choice, find its corresponding clue number. Turn to that clue in the clue book and read it. For example, if you would like to go to Scotland Yard, look up 13SW and you will see the corresponding number is 84. Turn to clue 84 in the casebook. Okay, let me just point out, this is not how the modern reprints of Sherlock Holmes work. This is how Gumshoe worked. So, for example, if we want to go to 13SW, in the modern books, we would look up 13SW in the casebook. Here we're doing the double Gumshoe way. First we will go to 13SW, then we will get told what number to look at, then we will open that, then we will go to that number. So it's a 2-point step. First we go here, we see if there's a clue. If there isn't, there's nothing to do. I think that means we're going to see every clue. Like, I'm not sure why we would skip a clue, depending on, we could overlook it, or if we don't want to be so comprehensive. I tend to play these games completely comprehensive. I want to see every piece of clue, so I think we may do that. In Gumshoe, I actually marked up the note, put notes next to each one. I'm not sure I will do that, but we might. Okay, but so that's an interesting difference. I really am curious. I would love for someone to let me know, if they find out, whether all of the original Sherlock Holmes before the modern reprints use that system of a double lookup. It's much more challenging now because you can't just look up every place. You have no idea. If you can't figure out a number to go to, there's no nice, concise listing. So it's more challenging. This feels like it would be easier to just see everything. All right. Okay. It's explaining how to do it. Let's go back here. Repeat it until you have exhausted your London investigation. Remember, only London clues are available on Tuesday. Then you read the case briefing. Then you go to Thursday, May 23rd. You read newspaper for Paris. When you're ready to return to London, you read it, and then you have to solve it. Read the briefing for May 25th. Return. Remember, the questions test your powers of deduction as well as general knowledge of the canon. That could be troublesome for us because I don't know much of the Sherlock Holmes canon. Check your answers. Remember, Sherlock Holmes plays the game for the game's own sake. Remember, Sherlock Holmes plays the game for the game's own sake. Love it. Okay. Here we go. Before we read, is there anything else we want to do before we read? there was something else. Let me see here. I thought we would take a look at.
This is my time. I know who.
Thought we would take a look at London in the 19th century. And here's London 1900, I believe, colorized, with the AI processing. I don't know if YouTube's going to get mad about this and say that it's infringement, so maybe we'll just jump around a bit. Look at all those hats. Lots of horses. Okay, I should have probably blocked that audio because YouTube's going to get mad, but we don't care. All right. I mean, it's not that we don't care. It's just that it has no impact on us because none of this is monetized. There's only 3 people watching it. As long as they don't stop our live stream, we're okay. All right. Let's get rid of this. We don't need this anymore. We'll go to our map. Okay, let's read the introduction here. Tuesday, May 21st, 1889. As agreed, we find Wiggins on the corner of Orchard and Oxford Streets. He has turned up his collar and braced his body against the cold wind blowing relentlessly from the north. Wiggins gives us a nod and leads the way towards 221 Baker Street. We grimly draw up our own collars and hunch our shoulders against the fierce wind. We arrive, exhausted by our efforts and the oppressive gray clouds that seem to weigh so heavily upon us. Wiggins seemed to be a mere shadow of the man we had left late yesterday afternoon. The atmosphere in Holmes' drawing room seems no more cheerful than the outside gloom, and the strange monotonous melody that comes from Holmes' Stradivarius, apparently reflecting his innermost thoughts, does nothing to dispel that gloom, a gloom made tangible by thick tobacco smoke. Holmes puffs away at a clay pipe in time with his music. Wiggins walks over to the sideboard where he admires the familiar snuff box of old gold set in the center with a large amethyst. Holmes invites him to help himself to a pinch of snuff. The sideboard is littered with yesterday's dishes. All the ashtrays are full, and the floor is covered with newspapers. All in all, a very bohemian scene. Watson is sitting next to the fireplace, glancing through the Times in a distracted fashion, visibly disappointed that Holmes is not playing one of the Mendelssohn melodies of which he is so fond. Holmes gives us a nod of recognition as we take our seats and soon brings his composition to a close. He keeps his eyes on Wiggins as he puts his violin and bow back into their case and replaces his clay pipe with his well-worn black briar. "I agree with you, Wiggins," says Holmes as he settles back into his armchair, "but the battles I wage against the forces of evil, in which your collaboration is, at times, indispensable, are much more important than the trivial daily occurrences which perturb you at this moment. One must learn to never confide in women, Wiggins, not even in the best of them." "But, sir," replies Wiggins as he almost jumps from his chair. "Really, Holmes," says Watson, nervously folding his paper. Wiggins has yet to say a word, and I refuse to be the victim of your... Before Watson can finish his reproach of Holmes, he is interrupted by an alternately blushing and stuttering Wiggins. "Mr. Holmes, how did you guess?" "I never guess. It was not very difficult to see that something was amiss from the moment you entered," says Holmes, addressing Wiggins directly. "It was obvious." Before Holmes is able to enlighten us concerning Wiggins' melancholy mood, the door opens and Billy enters. "There's a gentleman here to see you, Mr. Holmes, but he has no card." "Show him up, Billy. Perhaps this visitor will bring us something of interest that will brighten our day, Wiggins." "We've traveled to the past," says Jonathan Warner. Yes, we have. We listen to our unexpected guest's footsteps upon the stairs. He is apparently quite anxious to see Holmes, as he takes the steps 2 at a time. The man who enters the room is young, perhaps in his 25th year, mostly dressed, well manicured and groomed. He stands before our small group, nervous and ill at ease. Wiggins indicates a vacant chair, but our new guest dismisses it with a quick shake of his head and continues to stand in front of us. "Mr. Holmes," he asks, as his nervous eyes move from one of us to the next. "Yes," replies Holmes, his steady gray eyes fixed upon our visitor. "Mr. Holmes, I need your help. Annie must be freed. I am sure she has nothing to do with this theft. She has to be innocent, since she was with me at the time, and because I know she would never do such a thing. Major Barbara told me that you would be able to help." "Please sit down," says Holmes, gesturing toward a nearby vacant chair, "and tell us your story from the beginning. Afterwards, I will ask you questions as necessary. My friends and I are prepared to help you, but we must first know the details of the affair. Leave out nothing, even if the particulars seem superfluous or insignificant." The young man drops into the chair and takes a moment to regain his composure. When he begins to speak, he seems a little more in control, but his voice still betrays his emotional state. "My name is Mike Collier. I work for Mayle, the florist. Unfortunately, I don't have much information to give you. I am engaged, and have been for several months, to a young lady by the name of Annie Forster, and we have the intention of being married in September. Yesterday I went to see Annie, like I always do on Mondays. She is employed by Mrs. Thacker. Annie was waiting for me. She told me she was happy because her mistress had given her 2 tickets for a play at the Elephant and Castle Theatre. We hired a coach, as the theatre was quite far away, and Miss Thacker insisted on paying the fare as well." Mrs. Thacker. "After the play, we returned directly to the house. I accompanied Annie up to the front door. We were surprised to find the whole house lit up. A policeman was standing by the door. I wanted to escort Annie inside, but the officer, after taking my name and address, insisted that I leave. This morning I was still worried, so I wanted to call Annie on the telephone. I know this must seem bold on my part, but I repeat that I was worried, and I also knew Mrs. Thacker would not object to my calling. Mrs. Thacker herself answered. She seemed very upset. She told me that Annie had just been arrested by Scotland Yard this morning and accused of being involved in a theft last night at the Thacker home. Mrs. Thacker also told me that the other servant, Nigel O'Brady, the butler, had been arrested as well. Not knowing what to do, I went to see Major Barbara from the Salvation Army, who recommended I consult you. The young man's story has been gaining momentum, but he now stops abruptly. I would like to ask you a few questions, says Holmes, as he fills his pipe from the Persian slipper. There is silence in the room as he takes up a hot coal from the fireplace with the heavy brass tongs and holds it to the pipe, which he puffs to life, sending a cloud of bluish smoke drifting across the room. Did you notice anything unusual or peculiar in Miss Forster's behavior last night? Peculiar? No, not really. But there was something about her attitude which surprised me a bit. You see, she is very fond of the theater and possesses quite a bit of talent for an amateur, which she has put to good use in the small productions organized by the Salvation Army. An evening at the Elephant and Castle should have been a delight, a joyous occasion. But instead, she seemed preoccupied and nervous. At the end of the play, she hardly talked about it. In fact, I doubt she paid it a great deal of attention. On 2 occasions, you have mentioned the Salvation Army, Mr. Collier. What role does this movement play in your life? An important one, Mr. Holmes. I have been volunteering there for several years during my leisure time. The Army is in need of good volunteers, and I have always considered it my duty to help within my means. I also met Annie there, and Mrs. Thacker almost a year ago. Their devotion is great, and I have often had the occasion to admire it. Can you tell me at precisely what hour you arrived at Mrs. Thacker's home last evening? A few minutes before 7. At what time did you return from the theater? At approximately 11:30. And where is the Thacker residence? Asks Holmes. At number 4 Sidmouth Street in Gray's Inn Road, right across from the park, says Collier. And do you know what was stolen? Asks Wiggins. No, my conversation with Mrs. Thacker was very brief. She was upset and so was I. But I am sure Annie had nothing to do with any crime. The young man becomes visibly agitated again. Well, Wiggins, says Holmes, turning towards us, here is a little problem which presents several interesting details. Try to put the few theories I have demonstrated to you to work, and meet me back here tomorrow morning, after you have thought it over and come up with something interesting. Turning back to our visitor, he continues, Rest assured, Mr. Collier, that the matter is now in good hands. So that's our introduction for Tuesday to start the case off. Now, shall we make any notes? Okay, so what have we got here? Let's do our people. I guess I'm going to do people on index. No, let's not use index cards. Let's use everything. We've got Annie Forster. Okay. She is the what? The maid? It's a little weird. When I read these, I'm not paying that as much attention as you might think to what I'm reading. Okay, we're going to say this is the intro. On May 21, 1889. Okay, so Annie Forster, she's arrested for theft. We don't know what she stole. We know the butler also arrested. Okay. What was his name? And I'm going to write down Mike Collier. This is our client. Okay, he works for Mail the Florist. And Annie, they were going to get married. Okay. Then we have Mrs. Thacker. Okay. And then we have the Elephant and Castle Theater, where they saw a play. Okay, so who saw the play? Sorry, let's see if we can understand this. Okay. She's waiting for me. She told me she was happy because the mistress had given her 2 tickets for a play. Okay, so gave Annie tickets. So she gives Annie tickets to the play, which they go see. And she paid for. After the play, they returned to the house. Okay, and we're given a timeline here. Okay, so timeline looks like this. Mike arrives around 7 p.m. a bit before. Okay. Then they're back from theater 11:30 at 11:30 p.m. I'm assuming it's at night. Okay. And the Thacker residence, so that's our timeline. The Thacker residence is given at 4 Sidmouth Street, Gray's Inn Road, across from the park. They come back, and the police are already there. There's some tie in the Salvation Army is where they met. Okay, so they met at Salvation Army. I'm guessing it's some religious thing. Hold on, I can see. Just give me one little break here to tell the computer not to reboot. That would be awfully horrible. Oh, it's not the... Sorry. It wasn't the main computer. It was the side computer. Okay. They come back. All right. So what's the part about? He says, "Was there anything peculiar?" He says, "No. There's something about her attitude which surprised me. She's very fond of the theater. She possesses a bit of a talent as an amateur. She's been in other productions, but instead she seemed preoccupied and nervous." So we've got a bit of a clue that Annie is nervous. I thought it was saying that Thacker was nervous. But Annie Forstner was nervous during the play, didn't pay attention. Okay. And I want to find the name of the butler that was arrested. She's given 2 tickets for the play. He comes back. Police are already there. He calls this morning. So this all happened on May 20th. Was the play and the arrest. Nigel O'Brady is the butler. Okay, I'm just going to make a note here of these people's names. Nigel O'Brady, Annie Forrester, Mike Collier, and Miss Thacker. And then they also went to Major Barbara from Salvation Army. That's who he went to, who recommended. So I'm just going to make a note of that person's name. All right, I think those are our locations. We've got the Elephant and Castle, and then we've got the Thacker house, right? Thacker residence. So we've got a bunch of places, we've got a bunch of people. Did it say what play they went to? I don't think it did. All right. Leap in logic. Jonathan already has a theory. Annie has at some past with another actor in the play company and is worried about being recognized. Maybe only realized it when she arrived at the playhouse. Yes, it did occur to me that she saw something in the play. Let's see if it doesn't. There was something about her attitude which surprised me. She's very fond of the theater. She's put to good use. Should have been a delight. She seemed preoccupied and nervous. Was she excited when she got the tickets? I went to see Annie. She was waiting for me. She told me she was happy because her mistress had given her 2 tickets for a play. So yes, before they got to the theater, she was happy. It was only when they got to the theater that she was nervous. So that is a clue. So I'm just going to write down she was nervous during the play, but not before. I also want to note one other thing. I just realized that they did hire a coach. I don't know if that's going to be relevant, but we could check their alibi. No reason to, really. And then I guess we need to know, there's the florist. That's another location. If we had any reason to suspect this guy, but we don't. All right. That's our introduction to the case. Now let's read the newspaper for today, which will take us a bit of time. This is one of the things that makes these streams take a long time, whereas if you were playing it in person, you would just go through it. But okay, I'm going to give you some close-ups so you could screenshot this. Let's do that first if you want. So get your screenshots ready while I read this. So London, Tuesday, May 21st, Times. We've got some births. 12th of May, the wife of George DaCosta. 18th of May, Frederick Arnold Baker, a son. 20th. What did we learn before Instament? I remember we looked at, someone told us, I can't remember, in one of the early Sherlock Holmes cases, we discussed this, but I don't remember what it meant. On the 9th, so marriage, on the 9th of May, Stephanie Singleton and Brian Price, pharmacist recently established at Ace Fair. 17th of May at Christ Church, Sunderland. Arthur P. Kidson, youngest son of John Kidson, J.P. to L.R. Briggs, Sissy, second daughter of R.S. Briggs of Sunderland. Got some deaths. On the 5th of May, Paul Jerome Tenenbaum at Fern Villa, Kingston Road, Leatherhead, Surrey. American Papers, please copy. On the 5th, I wish I could remember what we just figured out that meant. Anne Hume, beloved wife of Frederick Hume of Bath Road, Hounslow, in her 71st year. Word competition for charitable purpose. An old friend of the Institution for Affections of the Speech has kindly guaranteed £25 in prizes to competitors forming the greatest number of English dictionary words from the word stammering. First prize £10, second 5, third 2. £2, 10 shillings. And 12 other money prizes. List closes May 31st. Entrance fee 2 shillings. By postal order sent to Mr. Milton Simmons, Horn, Secretary, Institution for Affections of the Speech, 41 Gower Street. Okay, so if we've got a challenging word thing, that might be a person who might be experienced in decoding words. This will be a good time to mention a word game I've been playing online called Wordle, W-R-D-L-E. Each day a new word. Everyone who plays gets the same word for that 24-hour period. You try to guess the word. It's a little bit like Mastermind, but it's fun that you can't binge on it because it's just one word per day. Trade notices. Pretty flowers, most lovely bouquet of choicest flowers, posies, dress sprays, loose cut flowers for London or country, males, 9, Great Ormond Street, WC. Okay, so here's the address of the location where our guy works. So let's write that down. It's telling us that we should visit this place, which is at 9 WC, and I'm going to write down that the newspaper told me that. All right. Antique plate. Mappin and Webb, secondhand silver purchased, sold or exchanged, valuations made for probate or legacy duty, 69 Poultry City, London. These are trade notices. We will buy at any price old dentures, jewelry, metal signs, furniture, linens, weapons, harnesses, and many other things. Mr. and Mrs. Martin Snellgrove, 43 Crawford Street, antique buyers and sellers. All correspondence and packages sent will receive prompt attention. Okay. Leith and Gross Chemist. This is a little, just the ad, I guess, they bought for themselves. Leith and Ross can provide sleeping powders and opiates. Suppliers of all apothecary needs. Important to small capitalists wishing to commence as tobacconists. Illustrated guides. Send 3 stamps to Amber and Company. 35 Drury Lane, WC. Okay, tobacconist. Continuing. This is double-sided, by the way. So settle in. Settle in. Got a lot to read here. Here's a personal. J.M. to all concerned. And he cast down the pieces of silver and went and hanged himself. Matthew 27:5. I will take vengeance on my adversaries and requite those who hate me. Deuteronomy 32:41. All right, someone's angry. CBFCH. Early discussion of genuine sale. Old piano to Widow and Company. What's all this about? It's a little odd. Just numbers. C.F. Bach. Is it? Oh, it's CB. I don't know what that's about. Anyone got any theory about this? Has this got some piano stuff that I don't understand? Lost on the 25th of April. Shortly before midnight, a tiger-striped cat responds to the name Misty. Large reward to whoever finds him. All right, keep your eye open for a tiger-striped cat. Let's see if we can't get that reward. Les héritiers de M. Paul Noblu of Tours sont instamment pris de faire connaître leur adresse M. Fauchet, Notaire, Tours, France. It is French. We might want to write that down in case we have to go to it. Although we keep this newspaper with us, so we can check out this newspaper. London and St. Catherine Docks Company, rummage sale of goods. Notice is hereby given that the director will cause to be put up to auction at a rummage sale on or about the 31st of May next. Sundry parcels of wines, spirits, and etc., NCs, etc., which have been in deposit at the London St. Catherine and Royal Victoria Docks several years, for the payment of the rates, rents, and charges due thereon. Particulars may be obtained on application. Horses, carriages, etc. 2 hunters fit to go. Brown, 7 years old this spring, equal to any weight, hunted in Devon, most temperate and clever. Also a black gelding, Irish, full of blood and quality, 5 years old, equal to 12 or 13 stone. Fine performer, has action, broke to harness. Okay, so he's trained to wear a harness. What does has action mean? Any idea? Any horse people know what it means to have action? Examination and trial of both are allowed. J. Oxford Stables. A chestnut roan wanted to match about 15.2, suitable for a hilly country. Apply 66 Weymouth Mews. What is a chestnut roan? Could someone, when I ask these questions, can someone look up in the chat? Chestnut roan. A registered basket rally car for sale, second-hand, 25 guineas. Been in use a month. So notice you can go to most of these places if you just want to stop off and see what's going on. There might be entries for them, there might not. Brougham for sale. Weight 7.5 carat or 7.5 something will carry 4 persons. May be hired for winter months. What is a brougham? A kind of a carriage, horse and carriage? A double dog cart. Who doesn't want one of those? Built to order, suitable for cobs, fitted with pole bar shafts and patent brake. Okay, is a dog cart a term of art? Job lot horse rugs, full size, shaped and strapped, 5 shilling each. The Munster rug, made by patent machinery to shape of horse, very warm, durable, and smart looking. Weight 8 pound, price bound and strapped, 12 shilling 6D, which is some. This is 3, the newspaper is 3D2. What does D stand for? It's like a penny, it's like a pence. All right, so more horse. This is all horse, horse section of the newspaper. Back in the 1800s, there was horse sections of the news. 3 guinea gentleman's pigskin saddle by first-class London maker. Price 25 shilling. Job lot old second-hand saddles, 15 shilling. Laddie's side saddle, 35 shilling. Bridle and bit, 2 shilling. Combination of boys or girls saddle, completely fitted, 35 shilling for a catalog. Okay. We've got someone else in the channel. It's a special night. We've got more than one person. Reza says, roan is a horse coat color pattern characterized by an even mixture of colored and white hairs on the body, while the head and points, lower legs, mane, and tail are mostly solid color. Okay. So it's a horse. A chestnut roan wanted to match. Someone wants a matching horse. Someone wants a matching horse. Interesting. All right, let's continue here. I'll put this in a full view for screenshotting when we finish. Perfect health restored, without medicine or expense, to the most enfeebled or disordered constitution by Dubarry's food, Revalenta arabica. It saves invalids and children and also rears successfully infants whose ailments and debility have resisted all other treatments. It digests when all other food is rejected, saves 50 times its cost in other food and medicine, and cures effectually. Oh, it's continuing. Dyspepsia, indigestion, constipation, consumption, bronchitis, cough, asthma, cataract, don't know what that is, diarrhea, nervous debility. Dr. Ralph, the best medical authority, after analyzing 16 other foods, says Dubarry's food is the best of all. 100,000 cures, certified by Lord Stewart de Ceccies, Marchioness Brahan, H.H., the late Pope Pius IX, the late Emperor Nicholas, Dr. Werzer, Dr. Sherwin, Dr. Yue, Dr. Ralph, etc. Cure of dyspepsia and liver complaint from the Right Honorable the Lord Stewart de Ceccy, Dromana, Chapequin, Lord Lieutenant of the County of Waterford. I have derived much benefit from the use of the Revalenta food. It is only due to yourselves and to the public to state that you are at liberty to make use of this communication which you may think proper. Stuart DeCisi. Could be a real person, a real famous person. Continuing, boy, they bought out this whole column. Nervousness and debility. With gratitude, I testify to the great efficacy of DuBarry's food in restoring this and sustaining health, having taken it for nervousness and weakness, says Mrs. E. Gretton, Upper Park, Dedham. DuBarry's food has cured me of 9 years' constipation, declared beyond cure by the best physicians, and given me new life, health, and happiness, says A. Spadaro, merchant from Alexandria, Egypt. 30 years dyspepsia, oppression, and debility, which prevented my dressing and undressing myself or making even the slightest effort, have been perfectly cured by DuBarry's food, says Madame Borelli de Carbonati from Avignon. DuBarry's tonic revalent Arabica biscuits. All right, so it's biscuits. This food is a biscuit that cures all this stuff. They soothe the most irritable stomach and nerve, give new blood and refreshing sleep, increasing brain power in the most debilitated. DuBarry and Company Limited, number 9 Regent Street, London. The same house, 8 Rue Castillon, Paris. Also in London, Barclays, Edwards, Newbury's, Sanger's, Cross, and Blackwell's. And at the stores, grocers, and chemists in every town. So it's sold in the best shops in London. What is the biscuit that I used to eat in England? It wasn't... What was the biscuit that was so delicious? I can't remember it, but I'll think of it. If anyone has spent time in England, what are these biscuits? They're round. They come in a plastic tube. They're like oat-based, oatmeal-based. They make some chocolate ones. Boy, they were good. Delicious. I don't think they were these DuBarry's Tonic Revalenta, but they were good. Digestibles, that's the kind. I see we have 2:45 here. That's the they might have been digestibles as a general kind, but either started with an H or a B, maybe. Someone will know. Someone in the channel will know. Famous British biscuits came in a package, plastic package, like a tube, kind of like oatmeal. But they weren't called, there was a brand name. I remember it well. I mean, I don't remember it well, but I will. Hobnobs? Yeah, I think they were Hobnobs. Yes, Hobnobs, that was it. Boy, they were good. I wish I had some here. Okay, let's continue down. Chess. The Staunton chessmen. These celebrated chessmen have superseded all other... It was Hobnobs. Have superseded all other patterns. Prices per set. Ebony and boxwood. 15 shilling, 17 shilling. Someone can find what the D is an abbreviation for in money. And also can find out what the INST abbreviation is for that we used to know. The finest African ivory, 4 pounds to 10 pounds, sold by most dealers, wholesale. So, to guard against inferior imitations, observe Mr. Staunton's signature on each box, without which none are genuine. You know, this is interesting because I was just watching the chess championship with Zach and was looking into buying a chess set. And Staunton is still a famous maker of chess sets. They're still making chess sets, or they used to. I mean, eBay's got them. They're like a well-respected. Okay, I think I might go buy some Hobnobs in the import section of the grocery store after we finish buying. They sort of dissolve. Okay, continuing. Billiard tables, J. Bennett and Company, old established makers, Royal Family and War Office, full-sized, all exhibition improvements, frost-proof cushions. Is that an important thing? And they're warranted. 35 pounds, 45 pounds, and 55 pounds. Okay, let's go last column here. Sir John Pope Hennessy. A report is current that not only is the governor of Mauritius on the best of terms with the Irish leader, but that an Irish member is to retire in order to make room for Sir John. This is good. This is like international, or I guess. The Paris exhibition. Yesterday, a meeting of the Lord Mayor's Committee of the Fund for Sending a Number of Working Men representing the various trades of the metropolis to Paris during the exhibition, with a view to their supplying industrial and technical reports on the exhibits, was held at the Mansion House. The Lord Mayor presided. The fund was reported to amount to nearly £900, and it was resolved to devote a sum of £10 each to the payment of the expenses of the men during their stay in Paris and their conveyance to and fro. The balance will be reserved for the publication and circulation of the reports, which will be sent in on their return. Okay, Paris exhibition. The Metropolitan Drinking Fountain and Castle Trough Association. Mr. Gibbs, engineer to this association, writes, with regard to Mrs. Muirhead's alleged invention for cleaning castle troughs by means of an automatic supply, I beg to state that the Metropolitan Drinking Fountain Association troughs have been supplied with a similar apparatus since the year 1881, which has proved to be perfectly satisfactory. Whether or not foot and mouth disease or glanders are communicated by cattle or horses drinking from a public trough is a disputed question. Okay. Entertainments, etc. Private boxes and stalls can be immediately secured, having a private telephone to every theatre in London. Mitchell's Royal Library. Private boxes and stalls has a private telephone to every theater in London. What do you think that means? Does you think that means you would go there and listen to a theater performance? Elephant and Castle, that's related to our case. Elephant and Castle Theater. Every night at 8 o'clock, School for Sandal by Sheridan. Brilliant comedy on an everlasting theme. All right, so let's make a note from the newspaper. I'm just going to make a note that it's mentioned in the news. School for Scandal by Sheridan. Okay, Maskelyne and Cook on tour this week at Maidstone. London Pavilion, The Disappearing Lady. Mons and Wilden from the Theatre du Chalet in Paris. Bonowitz's third historical harpsichord and pianoforte recital at the Portman Rooms, Basker Street on Saturday afternoon, May 25th at 3 o'clock. Frankenstein, tickets available for many performances at the Haymarket Theatre. Okay, we got a different section here. Shipping, London to Algiers in 55 hours, sea passage 26 hours only. Powerful, fast, and well-appointed steamers, daily service, first class fare, £11, 6 shilling. Apply to Compagnie Générale Transatlantique, 83, Bishop Street. Sydney direct, £13. Melbourne, Brisbane, £14. The Aberdeen line, the magnificent iron clipper ship, the Hannahman, 4,000 tons burden, sailing about the 29th of May, has very comfortable accommodation for a few passengers at 39 guineas in her spacious saloon. Also for single men in the forepart of the poop deck. Okay. All right, so if anyone wants to get a screenshot of that or close up. All right, let's look at the next page. Jonathan Warnoff says, I think it's Victorian Fandango. You go there and they get you a ticket to a private box. I see. Victorian Fandango. In other words, Ticketmaster, that's where you go to get your tickets. Okay. All right. Let's continue with our newspaper here. Oh, so here's actual news. These were personals and adverts. Now we're down to news here. News from the United States and Canada by direct cable and mail from our special correspondent. New York, Monday. Today's cable gossip news. Hans von Bülow arrived today on the Sawa for his American concert tour. Captain Ward of the All-American Baseball Nine, now in England, was on the same ship. He says that nothing could have been warmer than the way in which the Prince of Wales greeted the American players. Miss Lantry has recovered from her slight illness and plays Macbeth in Philadelphia next Monday. The Honorable Fremont Cole, the Speaker of the New York State Legislature, confesses to have used money in the recent election. There is nothing surprising in this. If Mr. Cole had not used money, it would have been something worth talking about. Pearsall Bradhurst, the well-known member of the Lotus Club, is dying of dropsy. The club promises to come out of its recent financial difficulties all right. The old scheme for a pneumatic tube railway under Broadway is revived with promise of aid from British capitalists. Millionaires Gould and Sage threaten to strike back at the city because Mayor Grant refuses to give up parks laid out for the public benefit to their elevated railways. The Chess Congress has been postponed till next Tuesday owing to the non-arrival of players from abroad. There are 21 entries. Seinitz has retired. Mackenzie will play at the Chess Club banquet tonight. Barnum Circus opens tonight. Another alleged nobleman who has gone home disgusted because American girls do not grab at his title is Count Mounterole. Okay, let's continue. A Tenderfoot Romance. Admirers of Buffalo Bill will be interested in the adventures of James Kidd, a blond young Englishman who, having dissipated his fortune at home, went to Wyoming Territory to gain another by selling groceries to the cowboys. At a town named Douglas, he met Miss Minnie McCool, a black-eyed little widow only 18 years of age, who was the station agent, or tavern keeper at Dry Cheyenne. The pretty widow was worshipped by all the wealthy ranchers and athletic cowboys in the vicinity, and had accepted the biggest and bravest of them all, named Martin Hunton, as her future husband. But when she saw the Englishman, they loved at first sight. Then they went to a ball together. The cowboys called the Englishman a tenderfoot and proposed to riddle him with bullets. He fired at the lantern, extinguished it, eloped with the widow, and the happy pair are now on their way to London, whither Hunton has sworn to follow them and revenge himself if he be not handed over to the police. Okay. American art in the exposition. The contributions of American artists to the Paris exposition have been well received. General Bush Hawkins, the American Art Commissioner, reports from Paris. There are about 600 works, the largest number ever sent to any exhibition. George Innes, our leading landscape painter, refuses to exhibit, but the commissioner secured one of his works from the Art Association. Winslow Homer and F.S. Church are not represented because of the heavy tax upon pictures imposed by Congress and the refusal to pass an international copyright law. The chief sculptures are St. Gaudens's bust of General Sherman and French's bust of Emerson. All famous people we're hearing about here. Famous in real life people. Okay, police, murder. Murder at the Bloody Tower. The body of a man was found at dawn yesterday, Monday, lying at the foot of the Bloody Tower. The man's chest had been pierced by the quarrel of a crossbow belonging to the closely guarded collection of arms within the Tower of London itself. The case has been assigned to Inspector Gregson of Scotland Yard. The police have, for the moment, declined to comment on the matter. According to our sources, the victim has yet to be identified. With regard to the nature of the weapon used, the possibility of suicide has been ruled out. This tower, with such a sinister name, was built by King Henry III, and it was there that the children of King Edward IV were strangled on the order of their Uncle Richard. Theft. Oh, here we go. A theft was reportedly committed yesterday evening at the home of Mr. and Mrs. Thacker, 4 Gray's Inn Road. A collection of porcelain birds belonging to Miss Thacker was stolen. Police from the Bow Street station were the first to appear on the scene. Inspector Lestrade is in charge of the case. Judging from his reputation and the efficiency with which Inspector Lestrade usually conducts his investigations, we can look forward to a quick resolution to the affair. Mr. Thacker is the son of the late Richard Brinsley Thacker, who played, before his death in 1883, an important role in the conduct of affairs of our country. Okay, so there's our case. And let's write down, we've got some information. It's porcelain birds were stolen. Porcelain birds. And Inspector Lestrade is on the case, Scotland Yard. So we probably want to stop by him and see what he has to say. Then we've got Richard Brinsley Thacker that we might want to investigate to see what his history is with the country. I guess policemen from the Bow Street station were the first to appear on this scene. So maybe we want to write the Bow Street police station. Maybe they have a local copper there who knows something. If they were the first on the scene. All right, let's continue. Aaron says, George Inness is indeed an important painter. Homer is really famous. Yes, these are famous painters, poet. I'm guessing Emerson, that's the poet. Emerson. You learn a lot of history in this game and in the newspapers. Okay, let's continue here. Minister to France or England? ? Mr. Whitelaw Reid's friends are urging him to refuse the post of minister to France. In the first place, Mr. Reid, though an accomplished and scholarly man, does not speak a word of French, which would be an immense disadvantage to him. Mr. Reid's supporters believe he should be given the English mission, regardless of the attitude of his newspaper, the Tribune, has taken on the Home Rule question. The Tribune is the most powerful Republican organ in the country and did incalculable service to the party both in the Blaine and Harrison campaigns. The joke on Plummer. The best joke of the year is on John F. Plummer, a millionaire dry goods dealer, president of the Businessmen's Republican Association. He wrote campaign letters to President Harrison, earnestly urging him to wear no clothes except of American material and American manufacture. The president was interested in these epistles and at last sent for Mr. Plummer to come to Indianapolis. Plummer exhibited the letter in triumph. Was Harrison about to offer him a seat in the cabinet, or perhaps a foreign mission? He went and returned shamefaced and dumbfounded. The president had no idea that Plummer was an office seeker. Judging from his letters, he had mistaken Plummer for a tailor and had sent for him to give him an order for a suit of American clothes. The indignation and mortification of poor Plummer were heartrending. Okay. The Wiseman Expedition. Berlin, Monday. Before leaving here for Zanzibar yesterday, Captain Wiseman had another interview with the Emperor, who, from the marked favor he has shown the young explorer, has evidently either taken a great fancy to him or is indulging the hope of witnessing the foundation of another German empire on the east coast of Africa. Okay. 2 more columns left. Wild Horse Charlie. Victor Beaumont, who has by this time arrived in England under the cowboy cognomen of Wild Horse Charlie, seems to require a halter and will probably be bridled by the police. His wife, an Englishwoman, says that she has well-to-do relatives in England and entrusted Victor with the money to buy her steamer ticket so that she might rejoin them. Instead, he bought a ticket for himself and sailed away, leaving her ill, penniless, and with a dying child. A public subscription has been opened for her at Newburgh-on-Hudson, where she resides. As previously cabled, Wild Horse Charlie professed himself very anxious to join the Stevens expedition into Africa and provide a square meal for the natives. But it is not likely that his ambitions extended further than posing as a cowboy at the Paris exhibition. His wife's maiden name was South, and her English relatives should look after this wild horse. The Battle of Flowers. Those who have never engaged in the Battle of Flowers at Nice, but like all good Englishmen have read their Punch, will be consoled with Mr. Bernard's entertaining account of the floral fête, about which we now hear so much every year, and an admirable illustration of which was given not long ago at Drury Lane Theatre. The Battle of Flowers seems to be a rather tame affair and a trifle vulgar. Some of the bouquets that fly about are evidently not so light as they might be, and there are visible efforts on the part of the crowd to keep up the fun. What a battle of flowers we might get up in London just now. The markets are ablaze with the first tributes of spring. The baskets outside the stock exchange are a sight to see. Whole cartloads of wallflowers are to be encountered in every back street. Someone might look up what the Battle of Flowers is all about. Okay, the Prince's Sunday. You can see having people in the chat for these Sherlock Holmes games are actually quite useful because there's a lot of stuff. I mean, a lot of stuff we're just skimming past, but it is fascinating to read about this stuff. Okay, we're almost done. After I finish the newspaper, we'll take a little break. Okay, the Prince's Sunday. The Rock, which is a very quaint quasi-religious journal, has been compelled to make certain reflections upon the conduct of the Prince of Wales. This unhappy necessity has arisen from the fact that the Prince, with the Princess and their daughters, dined last Sunday at Knightsbridge Barracks, and that after dinner they amused themselves with various drawing-room games and pastimes. The Rock feels that this was more sad than a violation of good taste, for it was a violation of the Sabbath of God. Where the Rock got this amazing revelation from, we do not know, certainly not from the Bible, where stringent regulations subsequently abrogated are laid down for the observance of Saturday by one particular nation. To our thinking, if we may differ from the Rock on a quasi-religious question, there is something infinitely touching in the Prince and Princess taking the sweet atmosphere of home life into the quarters of the First Life Guards at Knightsbridge, in the royal people and the stalwart warriors casting off respectively the cares of state and the martial cuirass, and joining in the hallowed pastimes of the nursery. Blind Man's Bluff, in gentle and joyous company, is better for a Sunday evening than a world without end sermon from a young man who doesn't know what he is talking about to people who don't in the least care, but think he has said what he ought to have said and come away. The Prince's Sunday is, we would venture to bet, quite as conducive to peace at the last as the stodgy self-righteousness which does duty for a great deal of respectable religion. So Blind Man's Bluff must be a little parlor game, but I don't know what that is. If someone wants to look that up and let us know. Okay, here's a warning on butter. A recent shipment of Irish butter has created a rash of stomach complaints, the Irish Trade Exchange conceded today. They recommend refrigeration throughout the upcoming summer, if possible. Okay, here's a little ad for the Times itself. The Times may be purchased in Paris at 8 Rue des Capucines, in Boulogne-Mer, at Meridou's Library, in Brussels at 46 Rue de la Madeleine, and in Rome at 1 Piazza di Spagna. Okay, places you can buy the Times internationally. Okay, letters to the editor. These are always good. Sir, with regard to the use of dogs in all types of criminal investigations, whether it be theft, kidnapping, or murder, it seems clear to me that if Scotland Yard had recourse to specially trained dogs many questions would have hitherto remained unanswered could be explained. I have personally witnessed, as a trainer of such dogs, their efficiency even when circumstances are unfavorable. I fear my suggestions will unfortunately be made in vain in view of the notorious incapacity of certain members of Scotland Yard when it comes to adopting new solutions which are more efficient than traditional methods. Your obedient servant, Elton Sherman, 6 Holywell Row, London, EC. So look, here's an idea. He's a trainer, right? We could go get a dog to help us. Aaron says, Blind Man's Bluff is a variant of tag in which the player who is it is blindfolded. The traditional name of the game is Blind Man's Bluff, where the word, Blind Man's Buff, where the word buff is used in its older sense of a small push. Blind Man's Buff. Tag and you're blinded. Okay. There's another letter. I think we should go get a dog to help us track down someone. I'm just going to write this. Dog detectives newspaper 6EC. Okay. Let's continue. Sir, I am surprised to find so little mention in your columns of the Universal Exposition, which has just opened its doors in Paris. Whatever the political considerations are in the recall to London of our ambassador, Lord Lytton, one must not forget that this exhibit is an occasion to highlight the technical and artistic progress which our civilization has accomplished in the last century. Respectfully yours, Thomas Reed. We've had lots of mention in this case about this Paris exhibition, so surely that's going to be important for our case, or that's where we're going. Okay, let's continue. We're almost done. The Christmas toy industry. How fitting for this stream so near Christmas. The Christmas toy industry, according to a pamphlet recently published at Basel on Christmas toys and their production, they may be divided into two main classes, those of German and those of French manufacture. The Germans are noted for the extreme variety of their forms, and a well-equipped toy warehouse would have 12,000 to 18,000 varieties. They are made mainly of wood and paper mache, more rarely of lead and tin. Cheapness and price is invariable. The French toys are wholly different. Here, all is elegance, ingenuity, taste, fashion, and refinement. Workmen and manufacturers are always on the lookout for new ideas, and it is amazing what clever heads can evolve in the way of new toys. If an article is a success, in a short time it makes the round of the habitable globe. Complicated toys, such as animals with mechanical movements, locomotives, etc., are produced largely in America, but the American toys do not exhibit the same taste as the French. In elegance and refinement, French toys have no competitors. In Paris, special factories for making children's watches employ hundreds of hands, and 30 million watches are annually produced. In other words, Paris provides every year a toy watch for every child between 5 and 10 in France, Germany, Russia, Great Britain, Italy, and Austria. The writer sums up by saying that German toys appeal to children while French interest the intelligence of grown persons. It makes you wonder if our porcelain birds don't tie into this somehow. Sacrilege at Pimlico. A valuable and antique crucifix made of ebony and carved ivory has been stolen from St. Barnabas Church, Pimlico Road. The stolen crucifix, which hung on a pillar by the pulpit, was presented to the church some years ago and was much valued. The Church of St. Barnabas, which is well known for its choral services, was brought into prominence some years ago, it being the pioneer movement of West End during the Tractarian movement. Barnabas was our same Salvation Army guy, right? Barbara Barnabas, I guess that's different. Okay, last entry in our newspaper. The Channel Squadron has arrived at Gibraltar from Tangier to coal preparatory to sailing for Vigo. The question pending between the British and Moorish governments is stated to have been settled. Okay, so let me bring this up so anyone can screenshot it if they want. We'll do in two parts here. And then I'll give you a full view of it. Whew. Okay, that's our newspaper. Now I have something new to try today. I have these little post-it things, little snippets. So what we could do is we could mark where there are newspaper articles of interest to us. So there was that's the Elephant and Castle Theater. Then there was an item on the theft at our house, at the Thacker house. The dogs. I'm going to make another note of the Elephant Castle Theater. Was there anything else in the news that jumped out to anyone besides all the stuff about the Paris exhibit? Let's make some little... I mean, if we think the things stolen were antiques, then we might want to note that there's some antique notes in the newspaper, places dealing with antiques. Toys mentioned in the newspaper. I'm just making any notes of things in the newspaper that might be relevant for us. So this is our news page of news notes. Oh, there was the word puzzle guy. Aaron says, that's on front page, there's some plays. Yes, I wrote that down. Let's see, where did I did. That's in this section here. Here are the different plays and stuff. And I put a note to our performance at our theater where they went. We can always go, we will go through the newspaper again looking for more specific stuff when it comes out. Oh, there is a murder here. I mean, this was actually kind of interesting. I mean, sometimes in the Sherlock Holmes games, you're asked about cases that are peripheral to us. And this was actually, I'm gonna note this one because it's a coincidence that someone's murdered. and it was weird details, like it wasn't clear. The man's chest had been pierced by the quarrel of a crossbow from Tower of London. I mean, if we're worried about, we should be worried about a murder. Like maybe it's more important than these stolen birds, and seems like something that Sherlock Holmes would want us to investigate. All right. Art exhibition on bottom of back page leftmost column. It was interesting, but now what? Oh, because our porcelain birds might be related to the art. Or let me just make a note here. Art exhibition. Now, to the Paris exhibition. These are contributions to the Paris exhibition, so they are for tomorrow. They're for when we go to Paris. So let's put this, I'm going to put that, that's like in, we've got a whole bunch of references to the Paris exhibition, which I think we're going to have some relevance. I mean, we're going to be involved in that exhibition tomorrow, but I don't think it's anything for us to do now. Doesn't have a location. It's just talking to us about the exhibition. Don't eat the butter. And I want to see these dogs. He's like, what does he say? He says, I'm a trainer, and I don't know why Scotland Yard isn't using these dogs more. And he's got his address. Okay, Jonathan says he's got his screenshots. We are ready to do our first case. It's 1:30. We're 2.5 hours in, and we are just getting ready to look at our first clue. But we are going to naturally take another 5-minute break here. Everyone can, I suggest we move to coffee now. Fill up your pipes with tobacco. We'll be back in 5 minutes, and we will start the case. Okay, we're back. Apologize for that delay. I have got the coffee making down to a couple minutes, but it still took a little longer than planned. Oh, that's good. Okay, you're watching Co-op for Two. We're continuing our playthrough of Adventures by Gaslight, the rare and out-of-print Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective expansion. We're 2.5 hours in, and we've just finished reading the newspaper, and we're ready to do our first look at our first clue. Now, I think before we actually look at our first clue, what we should do is we should put some cubes on the map. All right. How about we start with where the Thacker residence is? All right. Where is the Thacker residence? 4 Grays Road Inn. So I think we should be able to find that. If we just look up Thacker, let's see if they're in the okay, so Henry Thacker is at 55 Northwest. Okay. So they're at 55 Northwest. Let's see where 55 Northwest is. .55 Northwest is here. But then according to this, 4 Grays Inn Road, that is not, but it is Henry Thacker. Grays Inn Road. I wonder why the directory says one thing. Do we have another address for them other than this one? In the introduction, we're told that they're on 5 Sidmouth Street, Gray's Inn Road. All right, well, we'll just leave it here. If they're not there, we'll re-evaluate. The dog handler, I know you think I'm crazy for wanting to go to the dog handler, but the dog handler was at 6EC. 6EC is here. Okay, how about the Elephant Castle Theater? The Elephant and Castle Theater doesn't have an address here, but let's find it in our directory. So we might look it up under Elephant, but let's look it up under Theaters. And maybe this would be a good time for us to remind ourselves of what kind of places there are. Auction houses, banks, barristers, bath, booksellers, charities. There's the Salvation Army. Let's write that down. I'm not sure that's going to be high on our list, but might as well write it down. All right, clubs, coroners, doctors, docs, detectives, furriers, government, hospitals, inns, hotels, jewelers, libraries, markets, newspapers, police, restaurants, sport, government houses, theaters. Okay, Elephant and Castle is at 13 Southeast. Okay, let's put a mark on the board for that. 13 Southeast. There. Oh, it's even labeled Elephant Castle Theater. Must be a famous place. Just as a reminder, I'm just going to write down the places that I've left cubes. As a reminder, there's no issue with time. You take as much time, you go to as many places. Even in the real Sherlock Holmes, that's why we played it. But this game in particular, this expansion says, don't even keep track of turns so you can compete with Sherlock Holmes. Normal game says, see how many turns it takes you, see if you can get there faster than Sherlock Holmes. But we're not even going to bother with that. What other places did we care about? The flower shop. Okay. Where was the flower shop? Did I make a note of that? I'm pretty sure we had the flower shop mentioned in the newspaper. I think I might have forgotten that. Trade notices. There we go. I guess I should put a little mark about that. So this was the flower shop he worked at, the guy that came to us. I'm not sure why. I mean, logically, it doesn't seem like we should care about this guy who's come to us. But let's put it down there anyway, 9WC. Just for fun, like if we're going to have fun with this game, to have it tell us stuff. The dogs was at 6 EC. Now I wonder if, I'm trying to think I guess it's more enjoyable for me to have the physical cubes out. The alternative would be to keep track of it on the digital version of the chart and like circle things. But I think for now we'll keep it here. Okay, what was the other... Wow, there was some other place I was just thinking of. Do we need to mark down? Let's look at this again. We got the flower shop. Oh, we got the prize. Okay, the Word People prize. 41 Gower Street. I'm tempted to just mark that one down. 41 WC. I'm going to mark that down. 41 WC, the word puzzles, in case there's an entry for that. And don't forget, of course, all of our allies, like the Sherlock Holmes, the... Oh, you know what? Of all of the ones... yes, Erin was right about where that was. Of all of the ones that were sort of interesting to me, when we looked at the theft, it said... It's being run. Policemen from the Bow Street station were the first to appear on scene, and then handed off to Lestrade. So I am very curious to make sure we don't miss the Bower Street police station in case those local police have some extra information. So let's see, what police station... Bow Street, 70 WC. Okay, so 70 WC. The local police station first on the scene. We should expect it to be a red building, right? If it's labeled. Don't see it though. There's 71. There's 70. Okay, there's the police station. So the way that we did this before when I played, and it's in fact one of the ways that got us into trouble by not keeping up with this, is when I went to a place, I would replace it with a cube of a different color. Or I guess you could just take off the cube. So we've got some places to check out, and then that doesn't even include all of the known allies that we might go to. All right. Anyone have a place in particular they'd like to check out first? I think the natural place to start, if we're doing these things thematically, we know that it doesn't really matter what order we go to because the book, but Jonathan Warner says, side note, with the theft article, it's interesting that it mentions Mr. Thacker's father was important, but the birds belonging to Mrs. Thacker. It is interesting that the father is mentioned as being historically interesting. Like, we might go to the library to learn a little bit about him. I do think we should start at the Thacker's place. We try to do these thematically. If you're an investigator, first place you want to go, to the house, talk to Miss Thacker. So let's go to the Thacker's house, especially since we think it's here, but it might not be here. So 55 Northwest. Are you ready to get our first clue in Adventures by Gaslight? Let's do it. So let's remember how to do this because it's a little different for this. We're on Tuesday, May 21st. So here we are. We want to go to 55 Northwest. So Northwest, 55 Northwest brings us to 7. So clue 7. Now remember, you're not allowed to, it may be tempting to read other paragraphs, but make sure you don't. Maybe I'll just read it here. I don't want to move these other cubes. Clue 7. Let's see. Don't read the others. We knock on the heavy wooden door. After a few moments, a small peephole in the middle of the door is opened, and the wrinkled face of a very old man appears. If you have come to ask for something, it's useless to try. You'd be better off going somewhere else. I won't give you a thing. "Excuse me, sir," says Wiggins, refusing to let himself be discouraged by this rather brutal conversation. "We'd like to meet with Mr. Henry Thacker." "That's me," says the man behind the peephole. "Can we come in?" asks Wiggins in a soft voice. "No. Populus me sibilant, at midi laudo, ipsi dami simul acumunus contempore in arca." With that, he slams the peephole door. "Must be another Henry Thacker," says Wiggins. Okay, so we were wondering if that was the Thacker's house in the directory, and it wasn't. Or probably weren't. All right, so we got to find their house based on what we're told. Let's go back to the newspaper. Okay, so we're told that their house, not this, a different Henry Thacker. We need to find Gray's Inn Road. Gray's Inn Road. It's not normal that you have to search. I mean, we've got no reason to even know what plate, where. Were we told other information in the introduction about where they lived? Yes, we were given another road. It's possible also that if we go to Scotland Yard detectives or the other cops, they'll know where their house is. Where did I write down their address? So Gray's Inn Road or Sidmouth Street. All right. Does anyone... Hold on, gotta fix this. Okay, sorry. Back. You've got your digital map. Erin says northeast of British Museum, if you can see it on the map. Okay, northeast of the British Museum. So British Museum will be red. There's the British Museum. Northeast. There's Sidmouth Street. Okay. So we should, if it's WC, then it should just be 4WC, and there it is. That's going to be it right there. Okay. And there's Gray's Inn Road. Okay, good. Found it. Good work, Erin. So we're just going to replace this one with a pink to say we've been there. And now we're going to go to here, to a different Henry Thacker. All right. Here we go. Oh, hold on. Let's do a good, let's be smart. Let's keep track of every place we go. So we went 55 northwest. Okay? And now we're going 4WC. Thacker. Okay. Let us read. WC4 is clue 22. 4WC, clue 22. Okay, so let's go to clue 22. I really hope you guys are able to keep yourselves from cheating by reading other stuff. All right, we've got a full 2-page story here. Makes sense that this would be a long one. All right, let's read it. Here we go. Emily Thacker is a young woman of about 30 with long golden hair framing her perfectly oval face. Despite her red eyes and her obvious nervousness, her charm and grace, combined with the softness of her voice, make her one of the most seductive women we have ever met. She expresses herself in the most elegant English, with only the slightest hint of a foreign accent. We're sitting in a drawing room on the ground floor. It is tastefully decorated with almond and green walls. A broken window overlooks a small garden. We explain our presence. A broken window. Interesting. As I was saying a few moments ago, gentlemen, 2 events happened yesterday which have upset me. The theft of my porcelain collection was the reason I called the police. However, the hurried departure of my husband at noon, especially in light of the fact that he has yet to come home, upsets me and worries me more than anything else. Oh my God, is he the guy that got killed? Okay. Can you tell us what exactly happened yesterday, Mrs. Thacker? Asks Wiggins. Please do not omit any detail, even if it seems to be of little importance. The young woman thinks for a moment, no doubt recapitulating the events of the day, trying to sort them in her mind. It must have been at about 8 o'clock that a tall man with gray eyes, dressed in a dark suit, rang at the door of our home on Gray's Inn Road. He asked to speak with Henry. The 2 of them met together until about 1/2 the hour, when my husband came to speak to me. He asked me to give Nigel, our butler, several days off, and to take advantage of the absence of our cook to go spend a few days in Bath. He added that Annie, who acts as my maid and companion, should accompany me, and that he would be very preoccupied, to use his own words, for the next few days. I asked him why he wanted me to leave, but he refused to answer me. We noticed a tear beginning to well up in the corner of Mrs. Thacker's eye. Pardon me, she says, but you must understand that this was my first disagreement with Henry, the first in 3 years. My husband then locked himself up in his office until noon. When he came out, he repeated his request that I leave London for a few days. He then left, carrying only a black briefcase. I was very upset, as I'm sure you understand. I let the butler go for the afternoon, if only to allow myself time to think, not knowing what to do. I had no reason to refuse Henry's request. He has always been the perfect husband, but I was worried, and I also wondered what he really intended to do. I spent the afternoon reading, in vain trying to understand. At about 7 o'clock, Mike Collier, whom you have met, came to visit Annie. I offered them theater tickets, which they gladly accepted, and then I went upstairs to my room. I was nervous, anxious, and I took some sleeping powder. Then I went to bed and fell asleep. Some time later, I was awakened by a noise. Not knowing what had happened, I went downstairs to the ground floor to see where the noise had come from. I quickly discovered the window had been broken, as you can see. I noticed my porcelain bird collection had disappeared. It was housed in this display case. Miss Thacker indicates an elegant piece of furniture. The door is slightly open. I have not touched anything as the police requested. We approach the cabinet to examine it closely, but we do not discover anything. I never lock it, Mrs. Thacker says. This may seem childish, but I like to frequently rearrange the birds to emphasize different pieces. We sit back down as Mrs. Thacker continues her account of the theft. I rapidly looked in all the rooms on the ground floor and noticed that my husband's office, whose windows give out onto Sidmouth Street, had been searched. The drawers had been pulled out and overturned, and the papers scattered. I then called the police, who arrived at about 10 o'clock. The police officers questioned me. Annie arrived home from the theater and answered their questions. Nigel returned soon after that, and he too made a statement. This morning, men from Scotland Yard came to arrest them both. I have several questions to ask you, if you will permit me, Mrs. Thacker. What can you tell us about your husband? I met my husband almost 4 years ago in Paris. I am French, and we were married almost 3 years ago, as I mentioned. He is an educated and cultured man, and a brilliant scientist and engineer. What was his specialty? Asks Wiggins. You know, I don't really understand the engineering he is involved with. When I met him in Paris, he taught at the Sorbonne. He was interested in sounds, noises, voices. Since then, he has told me he is also interested in flying machines, and I was afraid that hot air balloons would put an end to his project. Where does he usually work? In his office here at home. He occasionally goes and works in a workshop he rents in the South End of London, and also at the university, where he does some of his research, I think. And outside of his occupation, what are his other interests? He enjoys the theater and accompanies me regularly, but his favorite pastime is the racetrack. He often told me that he found it a great pleasure and an inexhaustible challenge. He is also an excellent chess player and plays chess regularly. Mrs. Thacker, does he have any family in London? His parents are both dead. He has a sister, but we never see her. We perceive a slight tensing of Mrs. Thacker's face. Can you tell us about your servants? The cook, Mary Flanagan, is a spinster. She has been an orphan since birth. She had asked to go spend several days near Chester, where she was raised by a family who adopted her. I believe that one of the children she was raised with is gravely ill, so she needs money. I must add that he is probably quite old himself and must be approaching 70 years old. When Mary asked for my permission to let her go for a few days, I gave it to her immediately, of course. Annie is a young woman who is very devoted to me. I hired her soon after I arrived in London. She is a generous soul, and her devotion to me, as well as to the poor at the Salvation Army shelter, is great. As for Nigel, our butler, he is a man who had a difficult childhood, and who, in the past, made some errors. But one must give every man the opportunity, with God's help, to prove himself worthy, and that's the reason I persuaded Henry to take him into our service. I don't believe he's involved in this theft, nor do I believe Annie is guilty in the least. Mrs. Thacker appears to have more and more difficulty in holding back her tears, and she now twists her white handkerchief in her hands, showing her agitation. Have you noticed anything unusual in the last few days happening around you besides what you have mentioned to us? Asks Wiggins. Mrs. Thacker closes her eyes for a moment before answering. No, not really. There certainly are a lot of beggars in front of the house lately, and on the other side of the street, on the corner of Gray's Inn Road and Hampton Street. They frighten me a little. I don't quite know why. Misery provokes evil, not the man who suffers from it. And yet I should be accustomed to seeing these poor people since I work at the shelter. At the shelter? At the Salvation Army's shelter. Can you tell us what you do there? Oh, my role is modest compared to Major Barbara's or Cecilia's. Cecilia? Yes, Cecilia Sipton. Her devotion is magnificent. Would you describe exactly what your porcelain collection consisted of? Asks Wiggins, brusquely changing the subject. Birds, small subjects in porcelain, hand-painted and resting on small stands. French and English porcelain mostly. And how did you acquire the collection? Piece by piece. By chance at auctions and sales. Recently I purchased a gorgeous red robin at Bonham's Gallery. Can you explain to us, if it's not too indiscreet, why you chose to collect birds? I can't quite tell you why. Maybe because they represent for me the idea of innocence and purity. The Bible talks about birds, for example. May we tour your house, Mrs. Thacker? Asks Wiggins. Of course, if you think it would be helpful. I will accompany you. We leave the drawing room. On the opposite side of the foyer is Mr. Thacker's office. We find it in terrible disorder. The two drawers from his work table are upside down on the floor, which is covered with reports and loose papers. A large wooden wardrobe, more than 6 feet high, stands open. The contents are piled on the floor in front of the door. Most of the pile consists of books. Wiggins leafs through several of them. Mathematical works written in English for the most part. Some are French and German, but I don't understand them in the least. We turn our attention to a gray metal safe on the floor on which is sitting a small silver tray with a glass and a bottle. Wiggins tries to move the safe with all his strength and fails. "It's solid," he says to us. "The bottle didn't even tremble." Then he asks Mrs. Thacker if we might be permitted to see the contents of the safe. "Of course," she answers. "The safe contains a few plans and technical drawings accompanied by notes. The writing is neat and energetic." We return the materials to Mrs. Thacker before turning our attention to the fireplace in the entrance. But we find no ashes or burnt bits of paper that could ultimately prove useful. Wiggins examines the armchair and the overturned chairs lying in front of the table. Then he delicately lifts the edges of the splendid oriental carpet covering the floor. Unfortunately, nothing appears to present any possible clues. "Is the door to the office kept locked?" asks Wiggins as we leave the room. "No, we never close the interior rooms, and now if you don't mind, I'll show you the dining room and the library, then we will go upstairs." While we are following Mrs. Thacker, Simpson murmurs to us, "Say, do you know what I found under the bottle of Veracruz port while we were looking at the fireplace? A letter from the Cox Bank." I didn't have a chance to read it, unfortunately. I just saw the letterhead. We rapidly examine the dining room, whose windows overlook a small garden. We enter the parlor from the dining room through a double door. Then we proceed to the library, which occupies an entire wing of the house. "This is the room I most prefer," says Mrs. Thacker, "even though the light is not as good for reading as in the drawing room." We then follow Mrs. Thacker to the first floor. "This is where you'll find my room and my husband's room. Do you want to see them?" Emily Thacker's room is decorated in pale rose satin. Next to her bed on the nightstand, we notice several small packets marked Leith and Ross. That's her sleeping pill, I think. Or maybe it's the jeweler. "Do you keep your jewelry here?" asks Wiggins. "No, I keep them in my boudoir." Mrs. Thacker reaches towards the door and hesitates, troubled. It's very intimate. I don't know if I want to show it to you." Despite her hesitancy, she opens the door and we enter a small room. "I was an actress in France before marrying Henry, and I have always had a nostalgia for the theater." Indeed, Emily Thacker's boudoir reminds us of a theater dressing room. A triple mirror sits upon the commode, surrounded by two large bronze and crystal chandeliers. A number of brightly colored dresses are hanging on a rack. Several wooden heads with wigs on them sit on the vanity next to numerous small containers of makeup. "I occasionally use my modest talents to organize humble plays for charity, with the money going to the Salvation Army," she adds, blushing lightly. "But you wanted to see my jewelry, I believe." She takes a small casket made of black wood from the drawer of her dresser. "Here they are," she says to us. "As you can see, you have to go through my bedroom to get to my boudoir." We leave the boudoir and Emily Thacker's room to enter her husband's room. It is a large white room, the windows giving onto Gray's Inn Road. A chess set sits on a small table. The pieces are arranged as if a game has been interrupted. On the nightstand is a cutout newspaper article announcing the next Epsom Derby. "We only have Annie and Nigel's room left to see," says Mrs. Thacker as we exit. "They are on the next floor." Miss Forster's room is simply furnished with a wooden bed, a wardrobe, and a small table. Sitting in the corner is a large iron trunk with the label Jardine and Matheson Adelaide. A book sits on top of the trunk. Wiggins goes over to the book and opens it. "Vanity Fair" by William Thackeray, he reads. Nigel O'Brady's room is even more impersonal than Miss Forster's, and we see nothing which attracts our attention. "Do you think you will be able to explain everything that has happened?" asks Miss Thacker as we go back down the stairs. "I repeat that I am convinced of the innocence of both Annie and Nigel." We will try our best, answers Wiggins. With your permission, we would like to glance in the garden under the drawing room windows. The roses are in bloom. That's all we find. Okay, I shouldn't close that because there was a lot in there we're going to have to make note of. Okay. Whew. Okay, well, they won't all be that long, but it makes sense. The scene of the crime has the long note. And I see Zachary Brown has come in. Okay, well, that was a lot of information. The important thing is that we write down that we went to clue 22, which was, we're going to have to write down, which was at 4WC, Thacker Residence. Okay, there was a lot of information we got from there. Jonathan, if you have any notes to give me, otherwise let's look at this again. Okay, so we've got broken garden window, right? We see the broken window. Okay, we ask her what happened. She gives us a timeline. So we're talking about the Monday day before, which is the 20th. Monday, May 20th. Let's start with the timeline. She says 8 p.m. Tall man calls on Henry, the husband. Okay. They meet until half past the hour. Okay. Until 8:30 p.m. Okay. Then the husband says, send everyone away for a few days. Right? Send everyone away. What else do we know about this man who came? Let's see. Dark suit. Tall man, gray eyes, dark suit. Gray eyes, dark suit. Okay. Sends everyone home. Okay. He locks himself into his office until noon. So at 12 noon, Henry leaves with black briefcase. He wants her out of London. Left carrying a black briefcase. Okay. She lets everyone go. Okay, then she confirms 7 p.m. Mike Collier, which confirms with his story. Okay, she goes to sleep. She gives him the ticket, she goes to sleep. Okay, that's sometime later, which we know is sometime after 7 p.m. She hears noise. Okay. And she hears the broken window, is what she hears, or she sees it at least. Okay, and then Bird's gone. Porcelain Bird's gone. They take him out of the cabinet. The cabinet door's open. Okay. Birds are gone. She looks around and she sees the husband's office has been searched. She calls police at 10 p.m. We don't know when she wakes up, though. We know she takes sleeping powder. She goes to sleep. Okay. She calls the police at 10. Then Annie comes home. They interview Annie. They're going to arrest her the next day. Okay, so that's our timeline. Okay, that's our timeline. All right, what other information we've got? We've got the husband's work. They met in Paris. He works in sounds, noises. He's an engineer. He cares about flying machines. Aaron says, why did Lestrade arrest Annie and Nigel? On what grounds? Yes, absolutely. We're going to go talk to him and find out. Jonathan says, the paper mentioned the death of Anne Hume, who's around the same age of the cook, so it might have been his ailing sibling. Oh, okay, that's interesting. All right, well, let's make a note of that. You're saying the whole weird story about the cook, you're saying we might have a story related to her. Okay, good. Let's make our notes about the cook here, and then we'll remember to check on that. Okay, so she gives us some information that's useful about her husband, though. She says he works in a workshop. She gives us several places where he works. Workshop in the South End of London. Also at the university. Where he does his research into sounds, flying machines. Okay, and then he also likes the racetrack. Okay. And chess. And then they also like the theater. Okay. He has a sister in London. Was that the residence that we knocked on their door? That was at Northwest 55. I'm just going to make a note that may have been that. We may have, but would she have been married to another Henry? We don't know. Okay. Okay. Nigel has a criminal record, it sounds like. I'll continue here. Nigel, criminal record. He's the butler. But she thinks, and she just gave him the surprise day off, so it doesn't seem like they would be. Okay, so then Mary Flanagan. The cook and spinster. An orphan. She wanted the day off. She says one of her children, one of the children she was raised with. So not a relative of hers, but just an orphan raised with. Fellow orphan sick. So she asked to go spend the day. I'm reading this. I initially thought that she asked to have a few days off beforehand, but now I'm thinking like she had asked several days near Chester. Near Chester. Okay, I'm not sure if that's outside London or whatever. I gave it to her immediately, of course. Okay, there's mention of the Salvation Army again. The Salvation Army something. Shelter. Okay, she works at. Okay, there was an interesting thing here. Look, she says, there are a lot of beggars in front of the house on the other side of the street, on the corner of Gray's Inn Road and Hampton Street. That seems like maybe that's something we want to check out. So, beggars across street. Like, it's a little weird that it's giving us information about that. So Gray's Inn Road and Hampton Street. Is there an entry for that? We're at 4. Gray's Inn Road in Hampton does have an address here that looks like we could look at. 84 or 5. So we may want to go check that out. Well, there's a lot of information in here. Okay, what else? Okay, so let's just recap what we know about the birds. Porcelain birds, hand-painted on stands. They're French and English. She got them piece by piece, but then look what she says. Recently, I purchased a gorgeous red robin at Bonham's Gallery. So we might get more information about the bird. I want to confirm, was it saying that there's a glass, when she opens up the birds, like the birds are visible from the garden, from the road where someone broke in. And Jonathan says, it's probably worth noting that the mention of her husband's family seemed to upset her. Yes, let's look. Let's read that again. First disagreement. She comes downstairs. She just likes him. The Bible talks about birds. Tour of the house. Office is turned. There's books, mathematical books, English, French. There's a gray metal safe. Silver tray with a glass and a bottle. They can't move the safe, but one of the Baker Street irregulars tells us he finds letter from Cox Bank. Okay, that's important. We don't know what it says though, but it's from the bank. So if we go to the bank, maybe we can get some information. Husband's room, jewelry. Okay, so she keeps her jewelry in her boudoir. She's an actress. She organizes plays. Her jewelry's all there. We go to her room, husband's room, windows giving into Gray's Inn Road, chess set. Okay, so then we have a note about the Epsom Derby. Maybe I'll put that on the racetrack. Epsom Derby. Okay, in Miss Forster's room, Annie, is labeled Jardine and Matheson Adelaide. I don't know, that doesn't seem relevant to us, but Annie trunk is Jardine and Matheson Adelaide. That just sounds like we're the company that makes the trunk, not importantly. Okay, let's find what Jonathan was pointing out about how when we asked about the family, she got a little upset. And what was in the safe? Sorry, what was in the safe? Open up the safe. It's got plans and technical drawings accompanied by notes. It was too heavy to take, so even if they had wanted to take it, they wouldn't have, but it didn't look like anyone tried to get into it. All right, let's find what he says about the husband's family. Oh, the husband's missing. I mean, I guess we should make a note of that. I want to see if he's the dead body. Okay. Let's go. I'm just looking for the part about the relatives. Does he have any family? Parents are both dead. He has a sister, but we never see her. We perceive a slight tensing of Miss Thacker's face. Good. Okay, good catch, Jonathan. So, sister, and then Thacker is nervous. And it's worth noting that the sister, if she's married, has taken on a different name. So that's maybe why we don't find her in... Like, we may have to find where she lives. I don't know how we're going to find that. Okay. Whew. That was a big clue. All right, let's add cubes for these new locations that we want to look at. Okay, so there's the racetrack. Let's see where we'd find the Epsom Derby. Might that be under sport? Don't see it there. How about under E? Or was there any newspaper article about Epsom Derby? What do we have for sports? Or betting? Cricket club, skating club, riding club, shooting club. Was there anything in the news about a racetrack? Trying to remember now. Don't see anything in parks. Surely there must be a horse race track. There's stables. Maybe the riding club would know about it. Okay, we'll have to come back to that then. What about the university and his workshop? I don't know how to find his workshop. Well, here's Cox and Company Bank, 22WC. Let's write that down. Okay, 22WC. There's 22WC. Racetrack Epsom Derby. Let's see. What does that actually say? His favorite pastime is the racetrack. He told that he found great pleasure and an inexhaustible challenge. I'm sure we'll need to find a racetrack somewhere. A newspaper article about the Derby. I wonder if it's not in there somewhere. All right, I'll let, hopefully one of you will find that. Where is our university entry? I mean, London University College is 43. Why would it not be? .43WC is London University College, but I'm just trying to think why am I not finding an entry here on schools and stuff? Why is there not an entry in the directory of schools? All right, we'll put that aside for now. Any place else that got mentioned here? Salvation Army Shelter. Salvation Army and the Salvation Army Hostel. Do you think that's what it is, the hostel? Okay, let's just write these down. Salvation Army is 69 EC and 42 Southeast. Okay, 69 EC, 42 Southeast. There. Okay. There were beggars across the street we wanted to look at. So here or here. Okay. 84 and 5 WC. Okay. And then the gallery where she just bought her latest one, Bonham's Gallery. What would those Bonham's Auction House, 12 Northwest. Okay, let's put that. 12 Northwest. Got a lot of places to go. Remember that some of these may not even have clues associated with them. And then, of course, we got all of our allies to ask about. And the chess sister, we don't know where it is. Okay, let's see what we got. Aaron says, if we follow the porcelain theft under trade notices, there are 2 places that might buy and sell antiques and porcelain. Yes, I absolutely think we will want to be looking at if anyone's trying to sell them. But using our thematic approach, I think the question that got raised in the channel early is the natural one for us to ask, which is, why were they arrested? Why did they suspect the Annie and Nigel? So let's go to the detective running this case and see what he has to say. We were told, I believe it's Lestrade at... Inspector Lestrade is in charge of the case. The Bow Street Station were the first on the scene. And then Lestrade is at Scotland Yard, presumably. So I think we should go to Scotland Yard. Wow, look at this. Look at a lot of places of interest to us here. Let's go to Scotland Yard, and see what they say about why they've arrested us. Jonathan says, I do want us to try to find out who Celia was mentioned. I'm worried about losing her in a sea of information. She was mentioned about beggars across the street. Okay, let's go down and write that down. I think it does help to have like a page of information of questions to not forget we've answered. Okay, let's see. There's a lot of beggars. I should be accustomed. Okay. My role is modest compared to Major Barbara's or Cecilia's. Yes, Cecilia Sipton. Her devotion is magnificent. Wow, I completely missed her. And yes, I can see how that person would be easy to miss. So I don't even think I wrote her down. Cecilia Sipton. Devotion. Okay. Doesn't have an address for her, but it sounded like, well, we could look her up, certainly. And we could see her at the Salvation Army. Okay, Jonathan, you make sure we don't miss out. We don't end up trying to solve anything without her. Let's start at Scotland Yard, though, and see what they have to say for us. So our next clue we're going to look up is going to be 13 Southwest, which we should put something on the board about. There's Scotland Yard. Okay, let's go and let's look up 13 Southwest. Brings us to clue 142. Okay, let's see if Lestrade is at 142. Okay, well, this is looking a little bit like this. I'm having flashbacks of Gumshoe with this case. 142 has 2 people we can talk to, Inspector Gregson and Inspector Lestrade. So let's make the note of that. Gregson, Lestrade. So Lestrade is 104 and Gregson is 119. Now, where have we heard Gregson's name mentioned? Was he the guy in charge of the murder? Yes. Okay, so Gregson is the person mentioned who's in charge of the murder at London Tower. Okay, let's talk to our guy first, and maybe while we're here, we'll talk about the murder, because I got a feeling that murder, I have a feeling that murder's related to our case, but I wonder if the murder isn't Henry, her husband, which would be pretty sad. She seems pretty devoted to him. All right, here we go with Lestrade, 104. Okay. We're at Scotland Yard. I'll put that there since there's still more to do. Okay, 104. Inspector Lestrade is deeply absorbed in reading a report from one of the numerous piles on his desk. The corner which serves as his office is covered with cardboard boxes filled with papers and open folders. Hearing us approach, he abruptly looks up. "You again, Wiggins. What do you want this time?" "It's concerning the Thacker affair, Inspector." "If it's about the disappearance of Thacker, you can go talk to Gregson. I passed the case on to him. As if we could call it a disappearance when a man goes for a walk in the afternoon and doesn't come home at night. In my opinion, there is a woman behind this story. That much is clear to me. The Yard surely has better things to do than take care of domestic quarrels." "And how about the theft, Inspector?" "Solved. I arrested the servants. They'll confess. O'Brady is a horse returning to the stable." Let's see. "O'Brady is a horse returning to the stable. And as for the girl, the girl." "Annie Forrester," suggests Wiggins. "That's it. I don't even know where she comes from." "You are sure that she is guilty?" insists Wiggins. "See here, young man," says Lestrade in a stern tone. "I've known Holmes as long as you have. He occasionally comes up with one or two sometimes interesting ideas, and I know when to apply them if necessary. He takes on a deep breath before declaring, carefully enunciating each word, 'When you have eliminated the possible, whatever remains, however probable, must be the truth.' We watch him trying to grasp the depth of this profound aphorism. 'And,' says Lestrade, who is beginning to lose his patience, 'you should not forget Dresde, 1834. "Dresde, 1834? asks Wiggins. "Yes, Dresde, 1834. Or 35. The date doesn't matter. He's the coach driver who... But stop making me waste my time. I have a report to write." "Oh, he found that maybe they didn't take the coach they said they took?" "Could you at least tell us what you know about this theft, if you please, Inspector?" asks Wiggins politely. "I have already given you all the pertinent facts. If you want to know more about the theft, you'll have to go talk to the policeman who took the first statements." This is what I suspected, that it's those local officers from that one department. He turns back to reading the sheet of paper placed before him and murmurs to himself, "What's all this fuss about the theft of some silly birds? First Lord Holdhurst this morning, and now this." "Pardon me, Inspector, what were you saying?" "Are you still here? I thought I told you to leave me to get back to my work. If you're so good at this, I have to ask myself why you always come to Scotland Yard to get your information. You might do better to occupy yourself with the corpse found at the Bloody Tower." Okay, that was a fun interaction. So just to remind you that we are the Baker Street irregulars on this case, much like Dave Neal's whole box. We're not Holmes and Watson talking to the police officer here. That's why he's talking down to us, because we're these little kids. We're the little helpers that Holmes sends off on less important cases. Okay, so we got some interesting stuff there. So let's just note, we went to 104. he mentioned a couple things. First of all, he says he's passed the case off to Gregson. That's fine. And then and then he says Dresda 1834 or 35 coach driver. I think he's telling us that the coach they said they took said that they didn't take that coach, and that's why he suspects their alibi at the performance was no good. So we'll want to check on that. The date doesn't matter. He's the coach driver. And then he says, go away. I don't want to continue this. Okay, so there's that. And then when we ask about the birds, right, he mentions Lord Holdhurst first this morning. First Lord Holdhurst this morning, and now this. Anything else he said that was important for us? Solved. I arrested the servants, they'll confess. I love how he describes the butler who's got some criminal history. He says, O'Brady is a horse returning to the stable. Jonathan says the house visit was denser than anything in Gumshoe. That house visit was a pretty dense drop of information for sure. Okay. So Dresda 1834 or 1835, and he says the date doesn't matter. So those are dates. Dresda 1834, Dresde. The date doesn't matter. He's the coach driver. That's kind of weird. Okay. All right, let's go talk to Gregson about this murder and see what we got there. $119. Okay. We find Inspector Tobias Gregson standing next to the window in his office. He is a large, pale man with flaxen hair. His eyes are fixed on the notebook in his hand. Hello, Inspector, says Wiggins as we enter the office. We have come to talk to you about the Thacker affair. If it concerns the theft, Lestrade is handling that. I am just trying to find Thacker. What have you learned? Asks Wiggins. Nothing. His wife doesn't know anything. His sister either. And the servants are playing dumb. I don't quite know why Lestrade asked me to take on the case. Of course the victim of the tower immediately came to mind, but the description doesn't match at all. What do you plan to do next, if you don't mind us asking? I plan to wait, Wiggins, to wait. He'll eventually reappear, dead or alive. Okay, so Gregson, these are our police officers in London in 1900. They're just going to wait till the case comes to them. Okay, so, but we did learn that the murder victim does not match Henry's description. Now, let me see if you're thinking the same thing I am. We got a description about the tall man that knocked on the door. I wonder if we go to the autopsy hospital, whether that dead victim is going to match that guy. All right. You got to be careful not to knock this stuff around. All right, so we finished up Scotland Yard. I guess that turns into that. And we talked to Lestrade and Gregson. Not very useful. I think now we have to add the morgue to our list. Where is the morgue? Criminologists found during the course of investigations. Autopsies all corpses. Jasper Meeks, 38 EC. Okay. Let's make a note for that. 38 EC. St. Bartholomew's Hospital. Let's get his business card out. Why is Lestrade also listed as EC60? There's Jasper Meeks. I'm not sure why I have Lestrade at a different location. It's not a location that's on the base list. 60 EC. So it may have been added during a more recent case, but I don't think this one is relevant for us. Okay, so there's Jasper Meeks, which I've added his location. 38. Where did I put this one? One of the problems with these is you knock them around. Was there a 69 EC? Yes. 69 EC was the Salvation Army places. Okay. All right. And we should be keeping track of all the crews we went to. This time we went to 13 Southwest, which was 142, which led us to 104 and 109. One of the challenges with Sherlock Holmes is you read a location and you move on, and then you want to go back to it and you don't remember what you did. So I think it's helpful to have a chronology of where you went. All right, anyone have a preference of where you'd like to go next? Jonathan says, theory, it seems the birds were easy to see and access, so there's a good chance that they might have been stolen to try to distract from the husband's office search. It's an interesting idea. We could go to the auction house of those birds. It is awfully weird that the birds were stolen and the office searched, and yet they didn't seem to try to steal other jewelry. Where was this one from? This hurts. This is scary to me. There's got to be, like, having these cubes is very fun, but it's awfully scary when one gets knocked around. WC, 22 WC. (22 WC). I have 22 WC being where the bank is. Is that where that was from? Yikes. All right. Birds can be a complete distraction, yes. All right. I want to go to the morgue. I want to see if this body connects with ours. Morgue was 38 EC. Okay, let's see. .38 EC goes to clue 82. Okay. Sir Jasper Meeks is seated at his work table, a cup of tea in his hand, a pile of files and reports spread in front of him. "Hello, Wiggins," he says as he catches sight of us. "Anything new? Still on the go?" "Yes, always. And what about you, Sir Jasper? Have you received a new batch of cadavers recently?" "Only one, and I have just completed the autopsy. Now I have a little free time to reorganize my notes for once." "Care for a cup of tea?" We politely refuse. "If I understand correctly, what interests you is the corpse of the Bloody Tower." "Perhaps," answers Wiggins. "Have you identified the body?" "No, and we have yet to discover his identity. Here's what I do know." Sir Jasper takes a piece of paper out of his drawer. "The body was brought here yesterday. The victim was approximately 60 years old, white, 5 foot 7 inches tall, 160 pounds. His face is weather-beaten and covered with scratches. His hygiene is somewhat questionable, I might add. There are several ancient scars on the left leg, on the right arm, and the abdomen. He was killed by the quarrel of a crossbow, hardly the most common of murder weapons, which entered near the sternum on the left side, piercing the heart and shattering the left shoulder blade. Needless to say, he died instantly." "Anything else?" asks Wiggins. No. Or perhaps one last detail. He has a black spot on the fingernail of his left index finger. It's hard to analyze its exact nature. It may be ink, but I'm not sure." We thank Sir Jasper for his help. "Please inform me should you find anything of interest relating to the case," he says, accompanying us to the door of his office, which always smells slightly of formaldehyde. Okay. So we went to 38 EC, which was the morgue, which was clue 82. Okay, and what did we find? 38 EC 82 morgue. So the dead body, questionable hygiene, .5'7", not exactly tall, even for Victorian England, right? Black spot. Where was the black spot? Black spot, fingernail, left index. Ink. Would a banker... Not sure. Okay, so face weather-beaten. 60 years old. 160 pounds. Ancient scars. Sounds like a seafaring person, right? Left leg, right arm. Shot with crossbow. So this is someone totally different. Good question. Okay. Aaron says crossbow must be fired from the front, but from below. Let's hear. Okay, let's think. So, killed by a crossbow, entered near the sternum on the left side, pierced straight up, pierced the heart, and shatters the left shoulder blade. So straight up the body, entering sternum, through the heart, shoots right through the shoulder blade. So yeah, you'd have to be quite far below. I think the newspaper even said that it was the crossbow probably came from the armory below, right? It says, according to our sources, the victim pierced by the quarrel of a crossbow belonging to the closely guarded collection of arms within the Tower of London itself. So yeah, as if they shot him while he was climbing up the tower or something. Doesn't seem related to our case at all. I mean, no reason to think it's related to our case. Okay, 38 EC, we went there. I like how that detective was like, if you're so smart, why do you keep coming to Scotland Yard for help? Well, do you got any idea where you want to go next? I can't help but feel this is pretty, but distracting. Like easy to make a mistake. Might be helpful to have a different page where we're keeping track of these locations. Well, let's just pick one. Let's go to the Elephant and Castle Theater. Let's track down our alibis of our people. All right, so we're going to find out about the play they went to and if it's of any relevance to us. I'd like to find out what her alibi, what is it, what are they lying about? So 38 EC, wait, it's not 38 EC, it's 13 SE. 13 SE brings us to 56. Okay, 56. Ralph Parrish immediately recognizes us. Are you still interested? Let's see, can you see this way? 56. Are you still interested in? I don't want to show you it too detailed. I'm afraid you're going to read ahead and cheat. Jonathan Warner says, how did you spell the Lord's name mentioned at Scotland Yard? Lord Holdhurst, Holdhurst. That's Lestrade said. First it was this guy, now it's the birds. Okay, Ralph Parrish immediately recognizes us. Are you still interested in the world of the theater, he asks us. I'd be glad to help you in any way that I can. It's the audience that interests us this time, answers Wiggins. In that case, I shall go fetch Sandy. He leaves for a few moments and then returns with the company of a lively young girl. Do you know Mr. and Mrs. Thacker by sight? Says Wiggins to the girl. Of course. They come here often, but I haven't seen them in quite a while. Do you know their servants, Annie Forster and Nigel O'Brady? No, I don't think so. Oh, well, says a somewhat disappointed Wiggins, did you happen to notice the presence last night among the audience of a young brunette about 30 years old, accompanied by a man her age? I believe they arrived in a hansom. Did they have a box? Answers the attendant. I don't know. I don't think so, answers Wiggins. That description could fit any number of people, but it doesn't quite bring anyone in particular to mind. You know, There was quite a crowd yesterday for School for Scandal. I can't possibly remember everybody, especially people in the audience. It was like a chicken coop. We thank Ralph Parrish and the young girl, and then leave the theater with the sentiment that we had not learned anything new. So I think the hansom cabs are the way to track their alibi. I'm going to clear that up with a red cube. Let's keep following this lead for a little bit. Let's go to the hansom cab people. So we went to Jasper Meeks. I'll put his card over here. Let's go to the hansom cabs people. We went to London. I'll put that there. Okay, Central Carriage Depot, WC5. Let's put a little note there, WC5 for us. Oh, 5 is where we were going to go to ask about next door to our... They live right next to the carriage stables, the Thacker house. Okay, WC5. Okay, WC5 tells us to go to 33. Let's see what we got for 33. So, number 33. Okay, I want you to see what this looks like. This is really giving me gumshoe flashbacks. Okay, so 33. Yesterday's register? No problem, Wiggins, old mate. But don't forget, the driver writes down the address closest to the pickup and drop-off spots. The register should give you a general idea of pickup locations and destinations. And remember, the rides given after 8 o'clock in the evening are not noted. Sorry, they don't keep track after 8. Okay, well, we know they, according to our guy, he got there at 7, and they leave... at 7:30, I believe he said. He arrives around 7 and they go to the theater. Okay, it doesn't say 7:37. So 7, and we know the address. So let's see. So is it gonna? It's 7 p.m., right? So we've got a whole set of notes, and we're also looking for Dresden. So let's look at 7 p.m., which would be 1900 hours. Southampton Street, that sure looks like where they may have gotten on. 5 Stampton. But there's also Sidmouth Street at 7:30. Maybe it was 7:30. We may have to read his timeline again. I thought it was 7:30, but then I wrote down 7. So it was in our intro. Let's just make sure if it was 7:30 or 7, because that's huge. Okay. He gives us his schedule. He went to see her. He got 2 tickets. We hired a coach, as the theater is quite far away. Doesn't give us a timeline here. Oh, here we go. What hour did you arrive? A few minutes before 7. And what time did you return from the theater? 11:30. Okay. Thacker residence is at 4 Sidmouth Street. Okay. All right, so let's look any time after 7. So we've got Southampton, Stamford Street, Worship Street, Sidmouth Street, Shoe Lane. So between 7 and 7:30, we've got, well, we know where they were trying to go, right? Where they say they were trying to go. They're going to the Elephant Theater, which is on Kent Road. Looks like Kent Road. Anything going to Kentford Road? We've got people going to the Strand, Oxford Street, New Kent Road. Well, New Kent Road. Okay, so New Kent Road, can you see that? New Kent Road is right where the Elephant and Castle would be. And we've got someone going to New Kent Road at 7:02 p.m. from 3 Ampton Street, which is right where they live. So that's completely conceivable. So what was the Dresden thing? That seems consistent to me. And we don't have any time when they'd be coming home. All right, well, I don't see anything suspicious about that. Coach schedule. So just let me show it to you so we're on the same page. So if you look at after 7 p.m., we've got at 5 Ampton Street going to New Kent Road. That seems completely consistent with going to the play. But then, of course, they could have gotten on at Sidmouth Street, which is right next door, same thing. And they went to 94 Strand. So if they didn't go to our place, so let's just make a note. If didn't go to theater, which I think they did, then we might check 94 Strand, which I don't even know where that would be. All right, that was sort of a dead end there. While we're at the carriage stables, let's just go next door where all the beggars were, 84 WC. Let's just see if there's anything at 84 WC. There is something at 84 WC. It's 94. Okay, let's just make a note. Jonathan's got a comment. I'm going to read that in a second. First, I want to read this. We approached the beggar sitting on the sidewalk near the entrance of number 84. He's sitting on the ground, his legs crossed, a small supply of matches and candles resting in his lap. At first glance, we are shocked by his bloated face, sickly, worn by the winds of London and by life. A discolored black eye patch covers his right eye. His face is covered with a layer of grime which emphasizes each wrinkle, giving his mouth a disquieting grin. His plaid shirt, made of coarse material, is partially tucked into his pants. A leather cap lies in front of him, holding a few coins. "Matches, good sirs?" he cries as we approach. His husky voice leads us to believe he invests the meager profits of his small business in bottles of cheap gin. We would like to ask you a few questions, sir, says Wiggins, throwing a few coins into the cap. Questions? You want to ask me a few questions? Says the man in a menacing tone. I don't know of any questions I'd want to hear, and I don't know of any answers either. Thanks for the charity. All we want to know is if you happened to be here yesterday, asks Wiggins, unperturbed. Why do you ask me that? You're not coppers, and I ain't done nothing wrong. I'm not begging, I'm selling matches. True, we are not the police, answers Wiggins. We're friends of Sherlock Holmes, and we are helping him in a small matter. With these words, the beggar's expression suddenly changes. The bitter downturn of his mouth and his hard and arrogant glare fade as if by magic, and his voice softens even as he speaks. You work for Sherlock Holmes? I've often heard of him, and I know he tries to combat evil wherever he goes. To our great surprise, we notice our poor beggar now expresses himself in flawless English. How may I help you? Were you in this same place yesterday, asks Wiggins. No. Listen. You say you work for Holmes, and this seems like reason enough for me to help you. I'm not really a beggar. I do this as sort of a hobby, just as others cultivate roses or play cricket. Those of us who belong to this small select group devote ourselves to this amusement, which I'm sure you'll agree is quite innocent. To answer your question, I will tell you this. We install ourselves in a different spot each day to avoid the attention of the official police. For that reason, I was not here yesterday. Can you tell us who was here? Asks Wiggins. You understand I cannot answer that question. Anonymity is the sine qua non condition of our experience. But you may represent yourselves on my authority at the headquarters of our society. Your society? Yes, the Society of Amateur Mendicants. It is located in the basement of a furniture warehouse at 50 Lambeth Palace Road. To who shall we address ourselves? Ask to see John. John? Yes, simply John. Tell him Peter sent you. We thank the match vendor enthusiastically for the confidence he has shown us. As we turn to leave, Wiggins starts to throw another copper coin in the cap sitting on the sidewalk. But he catches himself in the incongruity of his gesture and instead chooses to shake Peter's hand warmly. He's going to throw him another coin, then he realizes what's going on. Okay, so that was interesting. All right, so what we got is the amateur mendicants. Okay, 50 Lambeth Palace Road. To find the person who was outside. And we're asked for John. Peter sent us. All right, I'm inclined to keep following this lead. In the meantime, let us ask what Jonathan says. Different lead. I think it's worth checking out that place where you order theater tickets. Since the Thackers had not been going to theater recently, it might be interesting to see when they bought those tickets. Okay, that's not a bad idea. Where did we find that? Okay, this was the weird site. Private boxes installed can be immediately secured, having a private telephone to every theater. Mitchell's Royal Library, 68 Old Bond Street, and 85 Throgmorton Street. Okay, let's put a little note here. Okay, let's put those on our thing if we can. Where's our directory? Mitchell's Royal Library. Let's see if that's in our thing. Mitchell. It's not under M for Mitchell, and it's not under theater. Can we locate it? 68 Old Bond Street and 85 Throgmorton Street. Private boxes, Mitchell's Royal Library. I don't think it's going to be listed under libraries, but let's see. No, it's not under libraries. I'm going to look it up under Mitchell's again. Marcel Mitchell. All right, I'm just going to put this aside for now. We're going to have to find it if we want to. When we're ready to find it. Let's continue with this lead. 50 Lambeth Palace Road. And where are we going to... There's a lot of addresses here that are not giving us their full address. I'm looking up clubs, detective agencies. Clubs. There's no mendicant club. 50 Lambeth Palace Road. Well, remember, here's an interesting thing. In this game, when it gives an address, like 50 Lambeth Palace Road, it'll be one of the 50s. So if we look for the 50 and see if any of them are in each neighborhood. So for example, in EC, the 50 is at a different road, so it won't be in that one. How about the 50 here? Dave Neal made good use of that. 50 is Lambeth Palace Road. There it is. Okay. So it's actually an interesting thing. If you've got an address but you don't know what neighborhood it's in, you can look for all the numbers and then look for one that matches that road. Okay, let's go to 50 Southeast. Okay. So 50 Southeast goes to 130. Okay. 50 Southeast goes to 130. Let's make a new entry for this. 50 Southeast goes to 130. I don't love that I'm keeping track of everything twice here, but seems like there should be a better system, or maybe just keep track of it once. Sorry, let's read what he has to say here. Jonathan thinks he found that place. Okay, we'll do that next. 130. 50 Southeast. 130, okay. Well, that's kind of a long one here. We are surrounded by large armories crowded together. Old dismantled beds, worn out mattresses, chandeliers are hung from the ceiling together in rows. The darkness which pervades the room prevents us from being able to distinguish objects in the back of the room. To our right are tables and armchairs covered with cobwebs. We give a start as a small hunchbacked man, about 60 years old, dressed in a long smock, appears out of the gloom. By the way, I will note, like, the way it described that person begging on the street made me think our guy who got murdered in London Tower might be a beggar. Matches black on his finger, maybe? Okay. We give a start as a small hunchback man about 60 years old, dressed in a long smock, appears out of the gloom. We would like to see John. We were sent by Peters, says Wiggins, a slight hesitation in his voice. The old man looks at us for a moment and then asks if we are sure this is the address we want. Follow me, he says finally. He leads us toward the back of a warehouse, behind a large canopy bed with its threadbare cover, to a small staircase leading to the basement. A few steps down, we come to a heavy wooden door. The hunchback takes a key out of the pocket of his smock and opens the huge iron lock. We are astounded at the scene before our eyes. The floor is covered with luminously colored oriental carpets. Crystal chandeliers illuminate the room in a soft light. The armchairs scattered about the room are covered in pastel-colored silks. To our left, we notice a chest of drawers done in a French style, harmoniously proportioned, on which sits a finely carved clock. The back wall of the room is covered by an oak bookshelf filled with fawn-colored leather-bound books. Half a dozen men are occupying the room. Some are leisurely perusing the Times. Others are quietly talking among themselves. Two of them resemble beggars one sees in the streets of London. Others are wearing somber business suits of obviously high quality. Mr. John, says the man who has escorted us, these gentlemen desire to speak to you. They say they are here on the part of Mr. Peter. A large man in his 30s with stylishly fashioned blonde hair and a fine mustache advances towards us. Gentlemen, my name is, begins Wiggins. Oh, it doesn't matter who you are here. Here names are of no importance. Simply give me your first, if you insist. Henry, says Wiggins, what can I do for you? You were at the corner of Gray's Inn Road and Hampton Street yesterday, I believe. Yes. Did you happen to notice anything unusual that might have caught your attention? That corner is quite lively, and all sorts of people pass back and forth. There is a coach stop nearby, which adds to the traffic. You were stationed across from number 4. Did you notice the comings and goings of the occupants of that house by any chance? I saw a man leave at about noon. He was well dressed and was carrying a black briefcase. Shortly afterwards, another man came out. He was in his 40s. He had a rather arrogant air about him, although he seemed quite common. I saw him in the neighborhood several times that afternoon. Anything else? Yes, at about 4 o'clock, a young woman, loaded down with a large wicker basket, came out of the house and climbed into a hansom. The common-looking man I just mentioned also took a hansom a few minutes later. Can you describe the young woman, we ask? She must have been about 30, a brunette, and she was wearing a dark-colored dress. She came back shortly after 5:30. Is that all? Asked Wiggins, feverishly writing down John's account. I did witness a rather strange incident. At about 5 o'clock, a young woman arrived carrying a large box. She rang the doorbell, but no one came to open the door. Perhaps no one was home at that hour, says Wiggins. Precisely. There was someone home. A young blonde woman was reading by the window. When she heard the doorbell, she quickly withdrew. Can you describe the visitor? I have to admit I wasn't paying much attention at that moment. The box she held in her arms had the address of the famous tailor on Arundel Street. And now, gentlemen, if you'll excuse me, I must go and get dressed. One last question, if you please, says Wiggins. Yes. Did you see the young blonde woman after that? She left around 7:30 and took a hansom. I can even tell you the name of the driver. How do you know him? Asks Wiggins, surprised. One of his friends called out to him to ask if it was his last trip of the day. He called him by his name, and I thought it was a funny name for a hansom driver. And what did he call him? Marmaduke Overstreet. Good day, gentlemen, says John, indicating that our interview has concluded. Okay, so that was pretty huge. I want to talk about something for a second. So, at 7:30, our couple leaves the house to go to the play, and they get in a hansom cab. And I've been thinking, okay, we're tracking these hansom cabs to check their alibi. And even when we found out about the beggars, I mean, that was a big break in our case, that the beggar was observant. But like, it didn't occur to me till we read this, that person observing the house is not just observing our innocent couple leaving alibi, but he saw all this information about stuff going on around that house at times that we care about. So, like, yeah, that was very rich information. So, this is a very dense case. You can see why it's so challenging and exhausting. This is the beggar witness. So yeah, there's a lot of information there that's kind of important for us. So let's see what he says. He gives us more timeline information. Okay, so all right. There's lots of activity. Okay, he says. He gives another timeline. At noon, well-dressed man. We know that the man came calling around noon. The tall man. Black briefcase. We know Henry leaves with a black briefcase. I saw a man leave at about noon, so he's seeing Henry leave. I thought Henry left at... Oh, maybe Henry left at noon. I thought the guy arrived at noon, according to our notes, but maybe Henry left at noon. Let's see. 12 noon, Henry leaves. Okay, guy comes... 8 p.m. a tall man comes. Is it 8 p.m. or is it 8 a.m.? I need to reread that. It's clue 22. Um... 8 o'clock, a tall man rang the door, speaks with Henry. They get together until 1/2 the hour when the husband comes down. She's very upset. So is it the next day at noon that he leaves? I need to find out. I need to make sure I understand if this is at 8 a.m. he comes and leaves at noon. Okay, yeah, I think Jonathan's right. I think it must have been 8 a.m. that the tall man comes. We need to go back and check that coach station to see if people are arriving at 8 a.m. Maybe we can find out where this guy is coming from. Okay, so the guy arrives at 8 a.m. Where does it say he leaves? I'd just like to confirm that. Dark suit, he speaks with Henry. They get together 1:30. Everyone take the day off. Says leave London. Yes, locked himself until his office around noon. Left carrying only a black briefcase. Okay. So back to our information. So our guy, our beggar who's watching, he sees Henry leave at noon. Okay. Then he says, shortly afterwards, another man came out in his 40s, arrogant air. He seemed quite common. Shortly after, is this the butler? This is going to be the butler. That's going to be the butler, right? Okay. Then at 4 p.m., young woman with wicker basket came out of the house and got in cab. And then he mentions, guess what? That common man who took cab. Took cab. This is going to be so the butler took a cab somewhere after 4 p.m. The woman shortly after. Okay. Then 4 p.m. the woman comes out. Describe her. She's 30, brunette, dark colored dress. So my question to you is that we're going to need to get we're going to need to write down some information about what these people look like, which I've been paying attention to. Like, is that Annie? 40-year-old brunette, dark colored dress. Okay, so then he sees a strange incident. At 5 p.m., a young woman arrives with large box. Nobody opened door. But there's a young blonde woman reading by the window. So that's how do you explain that? Like, is the young blonde woman our woman, Annie, and is she, I don't understand what's the point. She's ignoring, she heard the doorbell, she quickly withdrew. Oh, okay, so she did hide from doorbell. The box was from Arundel Taylor. Okay, and then the young blonde woman leaves at 7:30. That's our woman, Annie, leaving. And now we've locked down her actual departure time at 7:30. And then we get the name of the driver that she took. Marmaduke Overstreet. And that was his last trip. Okay, so is Annie the brunette? Is Annie Thacker the brunette? Annie Thacker is a young woman of about 30 with long golden hair. I want to... Where do we have a physical description of Annie? Can we find her in the in jail, by the way? Flanagan is a spinster. I'm trying to identify the person who left. No, there's two people. There's Annie Forrester and there's Emily Thacker is the woman's name. Emily, sorry. So I think they purposely made those names close. But Emily Thacker, the wife of the Thacker, she's 30 years old with long golden hair. And then we have Amy Forster. So where is the description of what Amy Forster looks like? Because I'd like it's not Amy, it's Annie. Annie Forster. Where's the description of, where are we going to get a description of Annie Forster? It sounds like she's leaving on a cab at 7:30, assuming they're not lying to us. Everyone's a young blonde, except the woman who left at 4 p.m. Was that the cook? Miss Mary Flynn is a spinster, orphan since birth. And then Nigel, I think, is the person. So let's take a look at the coach schedule, which is number 33 again, and see if we can't make some notes here, because this is pretty dense information and important for us. Hopefully I won't move these things too much. All right, let's take a look at this schedule a little more closely. At 8 a.m., someone arrives. Now, we don't know how long the trip takes, but let's look if there's anything around 8 a.m. that might be people, or might be that guy arriving and knocking on our door. So it's not, their address is Sidmouth Street. So 7:42, someone arrives from Whitehall, got in at 7:42, arrived near our house. from 11 Whitehall. All right. This could be the guy, the tall guy. So let's write down 7:42. We could actually that's Johnson's we want before 8 if he arrives at 8. That's right. So we could actually see how long it should take a cab to get from 11 Whitehall to Sidmouth Street. So I'm going to write this down. 11 Whitehall to 4 Sidmouth. We might want to check how long that would take. Let's see what else we've got. Any other places nearby there? I mean, we know there's an Hampton Street Station, Gray's thing. So I guess these would be the only ones it could be. So I think that's our only real candidate, the 11 Whitehall. So we're just going to put tall man. And this is our number 33 coach timeline. Okay, but then we've got more information on people taking coaches. He told us that at noon, Henry gets out, but he doesn't take a coach. But shortly after, a man that I think is the butler took a cab. So sometime after noon at this location, which could be Gray's Inn Road, could be this one, 1203 from 5 Gray's Inn Road to 85 Whitehall. Nothing else looks like it would have come from our place. Around noon. Okay, what's our next timeline? At 4 p.m., the wicker basket woman leaves. Okay, let's look for a 4 p.m. Well, here's a 5 Gray's Inn Road at 16:05 from 5 Gray's Inn to 22 Hutton. And look, it comes back. Sorry. So here's the one at 16:05. 4 p.m. Is that what we said? 4 p.m. Yeah. Here's 16:05. 5 Gray's Inn. She goes to 22 Hutton. But then look, here it is coming back. 22 Hutton at 5 p.m. From 22 Hutton back to 5 Gray's. 5 p.m. a young blonde arrives with a large box, but no one opens the door. And then it's 7:30. Well, now I'm a little confused here, because we said when we looked up their alibi, when I was focused on alibis, I said, well, we know they left after 7, and we've got a 1902 from 5 Hampton to 13 Kent, which is where the theater is. But then look, we've also got 1932, which is when he says a woman got out. The same woman got out and got in a cab. I wonder if now the woman of the house is lying. Aaron says, on the original map, there's a scale showing the distance to calculate approximate time of travel. Yes, there is. There is on the new edition, and I have this little mark here. So we are going to look at that. All right, but this, I'm a little confused now, although I think we're meant to be confused. but Sidmouth to 94 Strand. Well, this carriage log is fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Well, it's 3:50. We definitely need to take a little break here and think. I feel like we're just getting started, and it's a little overwhelming. This might be a good time to recap some of the stuff we want to make sure we don't forget. So maybe before we take a break, I feel like we need to know their physical descriptions of... We know Amelie Thacker, long golden hair, 30 years old. I feel like I need a better description of Amy Forster. And I feel like we got that somewhere, but I've forgotten where. I need to be able to distinguish her between Amy and Amelie. Annie Forster and Amelie Thacker, because I think we're going to need to distinguish them, and then we need to better understand this timeline that the beggar gave us. We understand most of it, but what's the deal with the woman leaving and coming was awfully weird. I want to make sure, I want to take another look at that. So he says, 4 o'clock, young woman loaded down with a large wicker basket comes out of the house, gets in a cab. Well, we know where she goes because of the coach timeline. We know that she goes to 22 Hutton, or whatever. I didn't write it down very well. I think this must be how real cops mess up. Their handwriting causes them problems. So we know that she goes to 1605, 22 Hutton. Okay. So he says, 4 o'clock, a woman comes out with a large wicker basket, gets in a cab. All right, so I wrote down something wrong. I want you to see this and help me understand this. Just a note for the ticket shops, there's 68 Northwest. Jonathan, you're going to have to clarify that for me again before I forget it. But help me with this first. A man leaves at noon. He's well dressed. Shortly after, another man comes out. He's in his 40s. Arrogant air, but he seemed common. I saw him in the neighborhood several times this afternoon. Now look at what he says. He says, 4 o'clock, a woman comes out. She climbs into a cab. Then he says, the common-looking man I just mentioned also took a hansom cab a few moments later. So after 1605, the man takes cab. Which man is he talking about? Well-dressed, carrying breath, shortly after another man came out. The common-looking man I just mentioned also took a cab. Okay, so the guy at noon, does he get into a cab? All right, so we didn't write down. That's weird that the butler is taking a cab after 4 p.m. Oops, I just knocked things around. That's my biggest fear. I'm knocking these cubes around. There has to be a better way to do this. Okay, I want to go back and find this cab after 4 p.m. Well, I'm confused now. If shortly after he got in a cab, why isn't his address here? Aaron says there must be 2 rides following each other after embarking. Yeah, but where? Like 5 Grays... Oh, 84 Grays Inn Road is right next door. "84 Grays End is right next door to 5 Grays End. Okay, that's where we got confused. That's tricky. Okay, so there is 84... Huh. Can you guys see this? So actually, the first one is 84 Grays Inn to 22 Princes. It's 1604. 84 Grays Inn goes to 22 Princes. So the butler took the one right after. I'm saying butler, I think it's the butler. So the butler goes to 22 Hutton and then back. And the woman goes to 22 Princes, which we almost overlooked because it was 84 Grays Road. That is tricky. Let's see if there's any place arriving in any of these locations. 84 Grays. Just the one we already noticed. Okay, good. I'm glad we went back and caught that. I feel pretty good about those timelines. I don't feel as good about these locations of these cubes I knocked around. Okay, good. Aaron agrees. Okay, Jonathan, can you clear up your statement about, just to note for the ticket shops, there's 68 Northwest and 85 EC. Okay, you meant the, you found the locations of where people buy tickets to the theater or whatever. All right, 68 Northwest. Let's find that. There's 68 Northwest and 85 EC. EC. All right, now let me write this down in my book. This is a recipe for disaster. I don't know what the best solution to that is. 68 Northwest and 85 EC are ticket theater places. No cube should ever be put on this board that doesn't get written down somewhere. Like I already lost this one. And maybe this one. No, that one was right. Which one was this one? EC. It looks like 85, 86, 35. $69 EC. Yeah, this is just a disaster. Like, I've lost this one. Does anyone on the... I mean, I guess we'll find it eventually. 85 EC. Oh, that was your... No, that's wrong. We put a thing for that. All right, maybe we need to stretch and break. Aaron says, maybe the butler walked a little to a road next to Gray's Inn Road if it's not the correct street we're looking for. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that we got it. It was 84 Gray's Road right there. And I think, did we already go to 84 WC? That's where we met the beggar. I just want to make sure I can remove it. We approached the beggar, yes. Okay, so we went to that one. This is a dense game. Okay, maybe before we take a break, let's just look at the map for fun to find that route that we think that guy might have taken. So that was the interesting coach that we have a trip from 11 Whitehall to 4 Sidmouth, and we know it left at 7:42 a.m. And so what we're going to do is look and find 11 Whitehall. So where is 11 Whitehall? 11 Whitehall sounds like a government office. Yep, look at that. There it is, the War Office. Do you see that? That's the War Office? 11 Whitehall Street is the War Office. All right. Now the travel time scale doesn't tell us by foot or by horse, but maybe they're similar. Okay, so let's just see for the hell of it. Where's our map? So if you were going by buggy, it would take you about an hour. Well, that's not right, because he arrived at 8 a.m. But is this maybe walking time and horses faster? That would have taken him an hour to get there at least. But surely that's him. But that 7:42. That only gives him 20 minutes. Is there anything else? Borough High Street. I don't know. What do you make of that? That trip is too long for that to be our guy. But what a coincidence, right? I mean, maybe let's go to 11 Whitehall to the War Office just to see if they got anything for us. Unless there's another Whitehall Street. It would have to be close by. Where's 11 WC? There's 11 WC. It's not Whitehall Street, though. I'm not unhappy about our progress. The only thing that's making me really nervous is all these cubes getting bounced around. But maybe we don't use these cubes as our end-all be-all. They're just reminders of locations. We'll have a separate... We'll have to keep a better track of future clues to go to. Maybe the butler walked a little to a road next to Gray's Inn Road, if that's not the correct one. Aaron says this case is really fun. By horse, if you remember. So that's too far for them to have gotten there by 8 a.m. Was it for sure 8 a.m. that he arrived? Let's read that again. It's Amelie Thacker's statement. The young woman, tell us what happened. The young woman thinks for a moment, no doubt recapitulating. It must have been at about 8 o'clock that a tall man with gray eyes rang. They met until 1/2 the hour when my husband came to speak to me. Well, this is one of these things. Are we reading too much into it to think she might have the time wrong? Well, we'll dig deeper. We'll see if we can't figure it out. But boy, it feels like we got a lot still to figure out. All right, let's take a 5-minute break, then we'll come back. But we're going to be wrapping it up in an hour or two. Aaron says, if you have a plexiglass, you can put the map under and use a Sharpie to take notes. Yeah, that would be nice. You know, I have little stickers that are meant to be removable. And I was thinking about it, but then I was thinking, well, it's this old 1986, but this isn't old in 1986. So maybe I'll get out those stickers and try using them. Let's take a 5-minute break and we'll come back. And I'll see you then. Okay, we are back. We are deep into Adventures by Gaslight, the rare and out-of-print 1986 expansion for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. I do feel like we're treading water, but it's pretty cool. Jonathan says, I don't know if this is going to be done by Christmas. We are certainly not leaving London tonight. It is 4 a.m. I think what we'll do is, I won't worry too much about the cubes getting misplaced. I couldn't find the stickers. We'll play for another hour till 5 a.m. Then we will end for the night. We'll pick it up tomorrow at 11 p.m. and I'll have made sure there aren't missing cubes and reorganized notes a little better. And we'll start out tomorrow keeping some slightly better notes. So let's not stress out about that. Let's go investigate a couple more clues, and maybe we should save a little bit of time to recap what we know. I'm a little bit confused by, like, that coach log seems like a gold mine of information. The coach log and the beggar's observations were absolutely fascinating. And he's describing the woman got into a cab. Like, didn't the woman get into a cab with the young man? I'm a little bit confused as how to reconcile all of that. And we've also got this coach that seems like it was arriving, but didn't arrive till late. I wonder if we're to believe that coach schedule, I wonder if it's someone else from the War Office going to his house and waiting outside, and that the tall man didn't take a coach. Like, someone took a coach to that house and got there, but maybe they didn't get there till like 8:40. And the 8 a.m. guy is a different guy. I think we're going to have this done by Christmas, Jonathan, but it could take us 4 days. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We're going to play this till it's done. I'm playing it till it's done. All right. Where would you guys like to go to next? We can track down the hat that we can stick with the Thacker residence and investigate all the stuff up into that Thacker residence. We could track down that guy who drove the cab last. We got his name. We can track down the places where these people came from in their cab or where they went. We can track down the hat tailor that the woman was bringing to the house. Yeah, or we could go to one of our allies and, library information. What do you think? Aaron says, I'm teaching tomorrow on Friday night. I might not join, unfortunately, but we'll watch all. Jonathan says, I'm stuck on the ticket sellers. All right, well, let's do the ticket sellers. Aaron, I am sorry that you won't be able to make it tomorrow and Friday, but, if you've been a help, so whenever you can come by, and if you miss it, we'll struggle through without you. Okay, Jonathan's stuck on the ticket sellers, so let's go to those ticket sellers. Let's see if they're relevant for our case. So, Jonathan, you told me about 2 ticket sellers, 68 Northwest and 85 East Central. So let's go to those. 68 Northwest. Let's see if there's a clue entry for that. There aren't that many clue entries, so surely some of these have to be dead ends. Okay, Northwest 68 is not an entry. Okay, so we can cross off that. 85 EC is also not an entry. Okay, we can cross off that. It was a good idea, but they're not entries. Okay. 85 EC, let's remove that one. Did I not? 85 EC. Okay, good. Anything we can take off the map to clean it up a little bit is good. Let's check out those carriage destinations. Maybe I can get a better handle on who was going to what. Okay, so we've got someone coming from 11 Whitehall. That was a real mystery to us. So let's see if we can't, from the War Office. It wouldn't be surprising if this guy was involved in some governmental stuff. So I'm going to go to 11 Southwest. Okay, 11 Southwest is 60. So okay, let's write this down. Okay, 11 Southwest, 60, War Office Coach. Now I've got to write it down in my duplicate place, which I don't like at all. 11 Southwest, number 60. Okay, so when I turn to that, Aaron says, where do they keep detained Annie? Shouldn't we talk to her? I like that idea a lot. Okay, before I open this, I suggested it, so earlier, that's why I like it. But I'm going to write down so we don't forget. Find where Annie is held. Police station, maybe. One police station. I'm trying to remember if they told us where they took her down. We already went to Scotland Yard, but maybe they took her to the jail. Okay, so when we go to the War Office, the other problem with these cubes on the board is I can't put this down for you to see it. Okay, when we go to the War Office, we've got 2 choices. We've got Mycroft Holmes. We know he's involved in spycraft, 71. And we've got Minister of War, 99. Now, one thing I'm a little concerned about is, have we gotten to this place? No, we found it fair and square. Right? It's not like we're just taking a shot in the dark. All right, let's start with Mycroft, Sherlock's brother. Let's see what he has to say to us. You guys can be thinking about what other clues you'd like to go to in the remaining time. We climb the large marble staircase. Arriving on the landing, we turn right and start down a long corridor. On our left, several doors open on offices of the ministers. On the right, several windows offer a fine view of Whitehall. Arriving at the end of the hallway, we begin climbing another staircase, this one in wood, at a snail's pace. Be careful, the stairs are fairly steep, says our guide who precedes us, sort of bald giant with porcelain blue eyes and pale skin. And it's awfully narrow, too. What were they thinking of when they built this place, adds Wiggins. Arriving at the top... Is this real? Is this what these offices are really like in Whitehall? Arriving at the top of the stairs, we meet a delivery man wearing the familiar uniform of Cummins and Goins. He is almost as big around as our guide, but he must measure a full 1.5 feet less in height. Fortunately for you, I heard you climbing the stairs, he says, laughing. I doubt I would have been able to get around you. A stairway like this is built to break necks. Mr. Holmes's office is at the end of the hallway, the second door on the right, says our guide, obviously out of breath. We knock on the door he has indicated. Come in, says the powerful voice of Mycroft Holmes. Mr. Holmes is sitting behind his desk, several files spread out before him. Master Wiggins and his friends, he exclaims upon seeing us enter the room. I suppose Sherlock has once again sent his best bloodhounds on the trail in some somber affair. Yes, sir, says Wiggins, intimidated as he is every time he meets Mycroft. We will try our best. And what can I do for you, my young friend? Asks Mycroft. Well, a burglary was committed last night at the home of Mr. and Mrs. Henry Thacker, and a collection of porcelain birds was stolen. Porcelain birds, says Mycroft with a raised eyebrow. I don't know my brother had such a romantic soul, or even bucolic, to interest himself in birds, whether they be porcelain or bees, I imagine might interest him, but birds, now there you surprise me. It just so happens Mr. Thacker has also disappeared. He left his home yesterday at noon, and he has not returned. Do you know him? Indeed, I do know him, declares Mycroft Holmes, who seems pleasantly distracted by our conversation and does not seem to be in a big hurry for a change. Could you tell us what you know about him and under what circumstances you met him? Asks Wiggins, who seems anxious to profit from the good mood of Sherlock Holmes's brother. It's very simple. Henry Thacker is known for his brilliant mind. He is an eclectic scientist whose analytical and synthesizing faculties are unanimously recognized by his colleagues. I must add, he is a staunch patriot, which is not surprising because he is none other than the son of Richard Brinsley Thacker. We listen respectfully to Mycroft Holmes, not daring to interrupt him, but not quite following his point. It just so happens that Lord Holdhurst, who is, as you surely know, Minister of War, asked me some time ago if I knew a scientist whom he could hold in the strictest confidence. He wanted a special report done, an extremely sensitive report, concerning certain modern techniques. Specifically, Lord Holdhurst wanted a report on the current status of research on the possibility of flight in machines heavier than air. Airplanes. I'm sure you can see the main application would be in the military sector. Thacker seemed to be the best man, and I introduced him to Lord Holdhurst. That is all I can tell you. Mr. Thacker is married to a Frenchwoman. Do you know her? No, but from what I hear, she is a charming young woman. Do you think that Thacker's disappearance is related to the work he is doing for the Minister of War, Mr. Holmes? Disappearance? That's quite a big word you use there, Mr. Wiggins, if you want my opinion. I believe any man can be called away suddenly from his home without classifying it as a disappearance. If I were you, I wouldn't worry too much. And the birds? Asks Wiggins. Birds are made to fly away, I believe. We thank Mycroft warmly for having received us, and we carefully make our way back down the steep, narrow wooden stairs. So, Aaron says, can anything be hidden in those porcelain birds? You know what the vibe I got from that is that he was called to an emergency meeting. He hasn't disappeared. He's at some meeting, whatever. And do you think, all right, he's been hired to do research on planes and stuff. I'm kind of like, this is a complete shot in the dark, but I'm imagining this mathematician, eccentric scientist, and he's like, I'm just going to grab these birds to illustrate stuff. Like, he's going to grab these 5 birds and he's be like, okay, there's a plane here and it flies like this, and a plane here and it flies like this. Like, I'm thinking he took them just to like illustrate points. Is that crazy? I'm starting to think like they're not stolen. He just put them in his pocket to help illustrate some points. He could have hidden something in them too, but I'm guessing not. Like, the wife is always playing with them. So, or maybe he's bringing them to be like, here's how a bird flies. Like, this is what this bird looks like. This is what this bird looks like demonstrating different wings and stuff. Jonathan says, I think Mr. Thacker's missing because Lord Holdhurst was at Scotland Yard. Yeah, where did we definitely ran into Holdhurst before, but what was the context of Lord Holdhurst? How is he mentioned to us? Jonathan was asking about Holdhurst before, how we spelled it. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, yeah. He says that's right. We went to Lestrade, and Lestrade said, first the Lord Holdhurst's business, and now these birds. Okay. Let us then, let me make a note of what we found here. Mycroft. So we did 71. We learned about Thacker. Okay, maybe we, well, we're here at this place. We might as well knock on the next door and visit the Minister of War. And then maybe that's Lord Holdhurst himself, but if not, maybe we, then we go visit Holdhurst. But let's knock on the Minister of War place. So 60 sends us to 99. Let's see what 99 says. Okay, it's reasonably long. We wait a few minutes before being ushered into the office of Lord Holdhurst, the Minister of War. So we did find Holdhurst. I thought he might be the Minister of War. He rises brusquely as we enter and approaches us, a cigarette in his hand. A few papers lie scattered upon the table. We notice an enormous crystal ashtray, full to the rim with cigarette butts. Benson and Hedges Imperials. Okay, that sounds like a clue. 99 Holdhurst. Benson's and Hedges cigarettes. Okay. I'm glad to see you, says Lord Holdhurst. He is about 60 years old, tall and thin, with curly, slightly graying hair. He is dressed in a dark, formal suit. I was told you would be coming as representatives of Mr. Sherlock Holmes. I must admit that I am not unhappy to see him taking an interest in Thacker's disappearance. Oh, maybe Thacker did disappear then. I telephoned Lestrade this morning to find out if any progress has been made. All in the greatest confidence, of course. He told me Gregson is taking care of the case. It's the best thing that could happen at this point, but I don't think we can count entirely on the efficiency of the Yard once again. Can you fill us in a bit about Henry Thacker? Asks Wiggins. Lord Holdhurst sits down, lights a cigarette, and begins to nervously fidget with his pocket watch, which is attached to his waist by a thick gold chain. A few weeks ago, he begins, I asked Mr. Mycroft Holmes, if he knew someone who was a scholar, a technician, and trustworthy. He suggested a man by the name of Henry Thacker, whose father in his time had taken care of important functions in the service of the Empire. I immediately authorized a discreet inquiry on Henry Thacker. Certain aspects of his background were not favorable, particularly his marriage to a young Frenchwoman and his strong interest in horse racing. However, his intellectual capabilities were undeniable, and I was convinced of the strength of his patriotism. Despite his gambling and ties to France, I chose him for a very special confidential mission. Can you reveal the details of this mission? Asked Wiggins. Without going into too much detail, simply because they would be of no use to your investigation, I asked him to synthesize the work of several areas of research and to study the possibility of building a heavier-than-air flying machine. It goes without saying that the possibilities are of great interest to the military. Do you know what conclusions were drawn from this study? Not really. Thacker simply let me know that his research was going well and that his plans were beginning to look promising and to come together. Would this work be of any interest to a foreign power? Asked Wiggins, to whom the whole affair seems most fascinating. Yes, very much so. Do you think Thacker would betray his country if he were offered enough money, or could there be another motive? That was the obvious thought which occurred to me immediately upon learning that Thacker had left home suddenly and had not reappeared. However, if he were going to betray England, it would be far easier and more logical for him to transmit the information in writing. We would notice nothing unusual. Have you thought of the possibility of kidnapping or murder? Asked Wiggins. Murder? It's a possibility, but only one body has been recovered in London, at the Tower. I immediately questioned Sir Jasper. The description did not fit Thacker. As for kidnapping, nothing excludes the possibility for now. Lord Holdhurst lights a new cigarette after having crushed out the last one with great vigor in the ashtray, which is now overflowing. I spoke to Mycroft Holmes this morning, but he doesn't seem particularly concerned. You can see he will not bear the brunt if the information falls into the wrong hands. I'm sure you know that the Thacker home was burglarized. A collection of porcelain birds belonging to his wife was stolen. Do you believe the two events are linked? Asks Wiggins. Porcelain birds? Do you think I have time to occupy myself with birds, whether they are stuffed or made of porcelain? Gentlemen, says Lord Holdhurst, brusquely rising from his chair, I expect fast results from you. Call me if you learn anything, and I count on your discretion. Okay. Well, I thought at first maybe Thacker was like it was all false alarm. He didn't disappear and he was just working with the government, but he has disappeared. I'm starting to, I think there's a real possibility Thacker took those birds, either just to illustrate something or maybe to use as like breadcrumbs. Like he could show that he is who he is. Like by leaving these birds somewhere, it would be a sign to someone. So Aaron is giving us some background on the Wright brothers, 1903. They took their first airplane flight. So yeah, back in this time, it's before airplanes. Something occurred to me. We shouldn't rule out the possibility that the wife is in on this deep. Like, she's like, I love my husband. This is the first fight. I'm not totally ruling out that she's not a French spy who, revealed, made the call in to get her husband kidnapped and taken to France. Okay, well, we went to 11. We can switch that out. Where would you guys like to go next? Aaron is giving us some more background that I missed. Subsequent machines, 1890 attempt to fly the AOE. Aviation historians give credit to the effort as a powerful takeoff, uncontrolled hop. So this case is right when airplanes are starting to be experimented with. All right, I got a couple things we can just do while we're just passing time that aren't so involved. Let's see if the guy with the dogs can be visited. And we already went to the elephant and castle. All right, where was my note about where the guy with the dogs? I want to see if he's got anything to say. Okay, 6 Hollywell Road, London EC. Okay, so 6 EC, which is right here. All right, I want to see if this guy is going to tell us about some dogs. 6 EC, there's an entry. Okay, here we go. 6 EC goes to 26. Okay. Okay, so if you'll remember, where we are now is the guy who wrote into the paper, very convenient of him that he left his address, saying that Scotland Yard needs to start using dogs as the new technology. Jonathan says, let's try to find Thacker's workshop if we can. That's a great idea. So we'll go to the, maybe we'll go to the university after this one, after the dogs. Okay, let's see what the guy at the dogs, if he has any useful information or if it's just a joke. Okay, here we go. The shop of Elton Sherman, a taxidermist, is inhabited by strange animals that seem ready to leap off the shelves, so lifelike are their poses. A duck-billed platypus sits next to a parrot, while a lyre with long wings and elegant stature contemplates the scene with fixed eyes. An old man leaning over his work table slowly looks up at us. "Hello, gentlemen," he says to us. "What can I do for you?" "We are friends of Sherlock Holmes, and we read your letter in the Times. We are interested in your idea. We are confronted with a small problem, a matter of theft, and we thought you might be willing to help us." "With pleasure," answers the old man. "Always glad to help friends of Sherlock. In what way can I help you?" "Would you let us use your dog?" "You may accompany us, of course, if you wish to." "Give me a few moments to change out of my work clothes, and Toby and I are all yours." A few moments later, we leave the shop, accompanied by Elton Sherman and his dog, and we hail a hansom. The driver is reluctant to take the dog, but the promise of a generous tip proves persuasive enough. We enter the garden behind the Thacker house by the small gate on Harrison Street. When we reach the area under the drawing room window, Elton Sherman removes Toby's leash. Toby sniffs a few moments, his nose glued to the ground, and then he comes back to lie down docilely at the feet of his master. This experiment has not been very successful, sighs Wiggins. I had hoped for more. The police, I'm sure, have trampled the ground and erased any traces of our thief. How strange, says the taxidermist. Toby thinks with his nose, and up to now he has never failed when I have asked him to follow a trail. We quickly leave the garden, bitterly regretting having lost the precious time. Thank you for accompanying us, says Wiggins to old Sherman as he disappears through the gate in the company of his dog. Yeah, I think this is an inside job now. I think that dog picked up. So we let the dog out, right? By the gate. He sniffs, and then he comes back. We enter the garden by the small gate. Then we go to the drawing room. The dog sniffs and then comes back. He doesn't smell anything. By the way, this Aaron says this case starts to remind me of the first case of the original Sherlock Holmes. I'll tell you what this reminds me. I believe Dave Neal, who we know played Adventures by Gaslight, I can see some Adventures of Gaslight stuff in some of Dave Neal's cases. I think he took some inspiration and some callbacks to Adventures by Gaslight. All right, so we went and visited the dogs, and Wiggins is upset about the waste of time. But I think maybe that dog smelled an inside job. I do. Jonathan says, I noted his workshop is in the southeast somewhere, which is where the theater Annie went to, I think. I'm starting to wonder if they really went to that theater thing at all, or whether that was all, there's some cover-up involved. Okay, Jonathan, you say the workshop was in southeast. What information did we have on the workshop? Because I feel like we didn't get a real location, but did they tell us what area it was in? Workshop in southeast London. Yes, you're right. Yes. Mm-hmm. Do you see any place on the map? Well, we've got a military prison, lunatic asylum, Palace of Amusements, the hotel. But I don't know how we're going to find his workshop, except if one of the people were going to it. Do we have any place that the cab took in this area? We also know he likes the racetrack. Like, we might be able to find his workshop indirectly. Like, if we go to the racetrack, someone might know where he works from. Also, there was the university. Shall we check the university and see if... Let's check the university, see if there's an entry. Because it said he has an office in the university and then a workshop. So let's start with 43WC. Let's see if there's an entry for the university. There is. It's 124. Okay, let's write that down. Let's see if we can't find his workshop. 43WC University. $124. Okay. a non-trivial entry. 24. Let's mark it here. Okay, let's see what this says. Aaron says, this makes talking to Annie more important. Yes, if this is fake, if they really didn't go to the theater. Also, don't forget, we have the last cab ride of the night. We know that driver. So that would be a way to find out where Annie really went that evening. It's hard not to get distracted with this case. All right, we're going to read this one here about the university. Clue 124. Of course I know Henry Thacker, says Sir Godfrey Campbell to us as he receives us in his office. The walls are covered with enormous books bound in a tobacco-colored Moroccan leather. Sir Godfrey is a corpulent, slightly balding man who gesticulates wildly as he speaks. Henry Thacker is a brilliant man. He has often spoken to me about his personal research in mathematics. He has also often talked to me about his interest in horse racing. But I must admit that I didn't quite follow him in that area. What did he tell you about racing? Asked Wiggins. He was persuaded that chance does not exist, a point of view I absolutely agree with, and that if we integrate mathematical parameters with the statistics of the individual horses and the racetrack conditions, we could predict, with a reasonable chance of success, the results of the race. Here's a little side note. When I was in high school, my best friend Rob Burton and his girlfriend Noreen Borders decided to go to a racetrack. And I found a program. There was a program even back then in like 80, maybe a little after high school, somewhere between 87 and 92 or so. There was a shareware program for predicting horse races. You put in their stats, how they like to run on muddy tracks or whatever, and we bet some horses based on that, and we lost. We lost on all of them, but we didn't bet a lot of money. But it's surprising that a program existed back then. It would have been for a PC. Okay. Okay. We could eliminate all chance. Had he obtained convincing results in this area? Asked Wiggins. Yes, so he told me, but I didn't verify them myself. Did Mr. Thacker talk to you about the project he is currently working on? Yes, but without entering into too much detail. He simply said he was consolidating and synthesizing available research on heavier-than-air flying machines. I understood the project to be quite confidential. Can you explain to us precisely what the problems of this project are? Asked Wiggins. Unfortunately not. Physics and engineering are not my specialty. If you wish, I can take you to the library where you could look up the history of this problem, which has haunted the minds of men for hundreds of years. Very true. Yes, please do, replies Wiggins. We leave Sir Godfrey Campbell's office and enter a large lecture hall with rows of desks arranged in the shape of a star. We are impressed by the silence which dominates the room. Please sit down here, says Sir Godfrey in a low voice. I'll be back in a minute. A few minutes later, we hold a large volume bound in red leather in which we read the following. And here's a long excerpt about the study of heavier-than-air flying machines. From the beginning of time, let's read this together so you can see what it looks like to have this little excerpt. Here's the excerpt here that we're reading from a book. From the beginning of time, man has always dreamed of flying, of imitating birds, as witnessed by the books of the saints of all religions. The first written text contained descriptions of ingenious machines capable of carrying a man through the air. Aristotle and Galen studied the problem, while Gale described Archytas' famous plane, and while the poets wrote of Icarus, the mathematicians on their part were more interested in his father Daedalus, the inventor. Tied to geese, Those condemned to death were thrown from the tops of cliffs. Others jumped off towers. Interesting. Buildings or mountains with wings tied to their backs. History books have no records of all these unfortunate victims, many of whom lost their lives to their interest in flying. In 1500, Leonardo da Vinci was the first to approach the problem scientifically, as shown by over 400 drawings he left behind. Wow. During the 16th century, an Englishman named Bates introduced a kite, borrowed from an idea of the ancient Chinese had developed. Guidotti, Baratini, and Allard were the heroes of ill-fated attempts to fly. In 1673, a certain Besnier, a French locksmith, was successful in his try at flying thanks to an apparatus covered with valves. In 1742, the Marquis of Bacqueville claims to have flown more than 300 meters over the Seine. In 1783, the invention of the hot air balloon by the Montgolfier brothers suscitated such an infatuation that the research on machines heavier than air was interrupted and new developments delayed. The Frenchmen Blanchard and Resnier de Gaulle, the Swiss Dagen, and the German Berlinger proposed a few solutions and even made some trials in the air. But it was not until the end of the 18th century that the Englishman Sir George Cayley invented a true airplane, although the name had been given to flying apparatuses since 1786. He constructed a machine in 1796 built on the ideas of the Frenchmen Lannoy and Benvue. In 1809, he built a passengerless glider. Then he built another glider in 1849, which he most likely tried himself. The Englishmen Henson and Stringfellow followed in the footsteps of Cayley. Then, in 1856, the Frenchman Jean-Marie Labrie succeeded in flying his glider with a passenger. Exciting. Then came the works of the Englishman Wenham, who built a tunnel in which he tested his theories with the help of models. More recently, in France, Felix de Temple succeeded in sending an airplane with a steam engine. Wow. Down an inclined plane with a young sailor aboard the machine. The current research seems to indicate that the first real flight for a man in a machine propelled by a motor is soon to come. Perhaps the next paragraph in future editions will be consecrated to Henry Thacker, says Wiggins to us as he closes the book. Okay, pretty cool. You can see the French are pretty serious about investigating it. I would note that like the guy who was killed and murdered on top of the tower could have been like that thing mentioned a sailor as a test pilot. Gave me a little thought about it. Okay, where did we go for that? The university. All right, so let's clear the university. Well, we still didn't find his workshop, but we know he worked there. It wants us to find this racetrack. We do have to find the racetrack or the betting. We looked at sports, right? Well, was there a betting place in our... Cocoa manufacturers, cycles, banks. We should go to the bank. Don't forget the bank letter. There's so much to do. I wonder if the embassies are worth visiting too. There's something mentioned in embassy at some point. The racetrack. Why can we... There's the prisons. We should check the prisons for Annie. The year of this story is 1889. That's right. May 21st, 1889. Sport. Okay, let's see. Any race betting. Cross, life-saving, bowling, cricket, Skating riding club. There was nothing in the newspaper about horse racing, right? There was information about chess, though. We also haven't gone to the flower shop. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to stop here. I think this is a reasonable place to stop. It was a fascinating little book on airplane inventions. And it's 10 to 5 a.m. And we'll just chat for a little bit and talk about, recap some of the stuff, some of our stuff we figured out. And let's get our plan for tomorrow set. So tomorrow at 11 p.m. we will resume in London. I'll try to organize this a little better, make sure the cubes that got moved around, that we have proper locations, and maybe I'll try to find those little stickers for us to use so we won't have to worry about knocking these cubes around. And I think we need to do a little bit better job with note-taking. It's definitely one of the big challenges in these games is to take better notes. And I'm not promising better notes in general, but I think we need a clearer way to keep track of where we've been. And when we discover a new clue that we want to find, rather than putting a cube on it. We've got lots more places to go. You know what I also might do? I think this is a good idea. This is what I wish I had done with Gumshoe instead of writing in it. What I think we might do is I'm going to make a scan of this page. And then we can annotate it as we visit a clue. We can cross it off the list. And then we can better keep track on this page when we've been to places. So that's what we'll do. Shall we talk, give our thoughts about this? Erin, Jonathan, you want to give your thoughts so far? I mean, it feels like a Sherlock. First of all, I'm loving it. I love being in this world. And I guess maybe a good place for me to comment on is that if you look on the channel, you'll see I've been reviewing these mystery suspect games. 2 boxes by Hunt a Killer, you see Murder at the Motel, 3 boxes by Hunt a Killer, and a bunch of the others. And it's really a completely different genre. It's still mystery deduction, but we're going through all these rich documents, which is cool. But you forget, you play Sherlock Holmes, it's been a while since I played it, you forget how much of it is the richness of the writing. Just the dialogue and characters. It is such a different experience to feel like you are walking around talking to people. This game is talking to people. Everywhere we go, we talk to someone. And it's just fascinating to hear them talk. It just feels like we're in a different world. Erin says, it's a great mystery. We have just scratched the surface, so nothing for me. I will continue watching. Yeah, I do want to make sure that I hope that I set our expectations properly in the beginning. I don't, like everyone who's played this has said that in the end it was an unsatisfying mystery that they couldn't figure out. But I think the way to look at it is to say what was the quote? We just read that quote in this book from Sherlock Holmes, right? And what did it say? It said, he plays the game. Remember, Sherlock Holmes plays the game for the game's own sake. And that, boy, that is the quote to put on this video, right? I mean, we're playing the game for the game's sake. If the end mystery is something we couldn't have solved, that's okay. We're here for the enjoyment of coming up with theories and trying to put this together. And I just love those moments, like that moment when we got the carriage schedule. And at first I thought, let's just look for the one carriage that they claimed they took to the theater. But then we realized, whoa, that carriage schedule is a rich mine of information. And that beggar next door. This game has so far made some clever use of non-specific addresses. Like we were told next door to the house was a place, so we checked those 2 locations and found something interesting. Jonathan says, maybe Annie was just going to the theater but saw Thacker since his workshop is in Southeast and that concerned her while she was at the play. Yes, possibly. He also says, I haven't played these Sherlock Holmes games, just Gumshoe. How is this comparing to other Sherlock Holmes games? The other Sherlock Holmes games are shorter, smaller, less convoluted, less dense, but I'd say basically same feel, same basic idea, same kinds of clues in the newspaper, not nearly as many locations, and not as many locations that aren't given as a full, complete, explicit address. Maybe you would say a little more single-threaded, like you're following this one thread as far as you can. This one feels like there are lots of little threads and lots of stuff that's unclear. Aaron says the writing and prose is similar. Yes, I would say the writing and prose is similar in, as top tier writing and personality, and it's got some humorous moments. Again, like Dave Neal's Baker Street Irregulars, for me, feels like it's really connected to Adventures by Gaslight. The fact that it's the Irregulars and Wiggins, and there already been some tie-ins. I feel like Dave Neal got some real inspiration and took that and ran with it and really did an amazing job. So it just makes me even more pleased with Dave Neal's box. And it is fun to see the connections. If you play the Baker Street Irregulars, you'll see some of the connections with Adventures by Gaslight. Yeah, and there are some... now, as far as the mystery goes, there are a couple parts to the mystery that are very intriguing to me. Of course, we've got the birds missing, and we've got the disappearance of Thacker. And then we've got the murder on London Tower, which seems connected. So there's that. There's that whole core of the mystery part. But there's also one of the puzzles that it seems like we don't quite understand is the part about what's happening at the house with people coming and going. What the beggar observed and what the coach timeline shows feels like it's a little inconsistent with what Mrs. Thacker is telling us happened. And I want to make sure we find Annie's physical description. I don't know if it's inconsistent. It's certainly jumping out to me that the beggar says that this woman got in the cab. Like we were told that the woman and her fiance went to the show. I see no reason to think that that's not true, but it's a little inconsistent with what the beggar guy said he saw. And then all this weird stuff about how the woman was hiding in the house when someone knocked on the door. Remember, this happens before the play. So, to remind you, we got this interesting clue that when Annie goes to the play with her fiancé, the fiancé says it was weird she was so distracted. Like she was happy to go to the play before the play at 7:30. Then she was distracted at the play. So then we were thinking, okay, she saw something at the play that bothered her. But then now we're told at 5 p.m. this weird stuff was happening about someone hiding out in the house and knocking on the door. And I'm still not sure if that's Emily Thacker, who's the blonde in the house, hiding from the door knock, or if it's Annie Forstner. So we would like to talk to Annie at the jail. I don't know if they're going to let Wiggins talk to her, even if we find her jail, but we should certainly look at it. Let's talk about, and maybe I might even make some notes, about some unanswered questions and stuff that we want to make sure we remember to look into. We're all agreed that we want to find Annie Forster in jail, maybe if we can. We want to understand the coach and beggar details, right? We need to understand the murder. Obviously, we need to understand the birds. Remember, we can track down where the most recent bird was purchased from. We'd like to find the workshop. We'd like to find the racetrack. What other information do we want to make sure we understand? Aaron says, by the way, if you want a Sherlock-type British TV series that takes place in the 1960s rather than 1880s, you might want to watch Endeavour, one of my favorites. I do not know that. Jonathan says, theory, maybe Amy and her boyfriend were supposed to be a decoy for a person tailing the Thackers, since the Thackers used to go to plays together. It is interesting that that Annie Forstner and Emily Thacker seem to be of similar age. Like, I wonder if someone thinks one is the other. Can you imagine if someone thinks that? It is an interesting theory you've got here, Jonathan, because the Thackers used to go to plays together, and Emily Thacker gives these tickets that were meant for her to go see the play. What if, like, what if the wife is like a spy, a double agent for France, and a contact approaches Annie thinking she's Emily and says something to her like, that freaks out Annie Forrester. I'm suspicious of the wife. I'm really suspicious of the wife. And this, Jonathan, I think you suggested this before. Aaron says, but why was Annie got serious when she was at the theater? Does she realize something like, wait, maybe someone approached her at the theater, just like Jonathan said. they thought she was the wife and approached her at the theater and gave her some information. Okay, we don't know, but we would like to find that out more. Now, what was I saying? I do wonder if the wife was involved. Maybe the wife, this was suggested by Jonathan or Aaron earlier, like maybe the birds are stolen as a complete distraction to throw the police off the case. Like to cover up the search of the office and make it look like they were looking for valuables, so they took the birds. So maybe the birds aren't stolen at all. Anything else we want to write down to make sure that we don't forget to investigate? I'm going to write down physical descriptions of the Thacker household. I want to know, what does Annie Forstner look like? What does the butler look like? So that these descriptions of people getting on and off the coach and showing up at the house, I want to know who's who. Let's see, what else? I guess I'll write down, we want to track down the coach driver. Coach driver we have to track down. We have to track down the hat delivery person who showed up at the house. We've already got the coach stuff. We've got this mention by Lestrade about Dresda 1834. Maybe that's related to when we find the coachman who drove them. He might have some information. We still don't know. We still don't know why was Annie Forstner arrested. That's going to tell us what's going on. Aaron said we should check about if anyone tried to sell the birds. Okay. I'll write that down. Did anyone try to sell the birds? We could go to the antique shops. And Aaron also said, or Jonathan says Salvation Army. Yes, let's write down Salvation Army and Cecilia. Cecilia. And Aaron says, I guess this is the right time for this. And so I think it said something about the name of the French original title. Was it something to do with the porcelain birds? If so, those birds must be important. As I understand it, the original title was The Paper Birds. The Paper Birds. And in fact, in the French drawing, it's Sherlock Holmes with a magnifying glass looking at an origami bird. So I don't know what that means. Oh, the letter from the bank. Letter from the bank. That might tell us that he's in trouble for money. So we want to make sure we don't forget to travel on the letter from the bank. We need to track down the butler, see if he's involved in some malfeasance. The sister, don't forget the sister that made Emily nervous. So Thacker's, I'm suspicious of this wife, this French wife. Jonathan has a nice comment. He says, just to say you did a very good job with the introduction of the history of the game. Thank you. The Virtual Wren, W-R-E-N, blog. I don't know who runs it, but they've got lots of images of old Sherlock Holmes cases. And if you understand French, the French have a big history with this game. We've already learned at the start of this that this started out as a French case. And there are French websites talking about this case. It's very hard to find anything in English on this case, but the French have some more information about Sherlock Holmes cases. And, being the French, they are not that concerned with translating it to English. They're very proud to have it stay French. Well, I gotta say, it's been I started doing these things solo, and I'm happy to do them completely alone, but it is so much more enjoyable to do them with a couple people in the channel. Jonathan and I have been playing a bunch of these. He is a great partner detective. Aaron, it has been a joy having you help us out here. It's a manageable group. It's just having more people willing to sit and brainstorm with me and figure these things out and make sure I don't miss things. It's a real pleasure. And it's been, this is for me, celebrating the holidays this way is a fantastic experience. And it's exciting that it's going to continue. Aaron, who do we write the letter to get you off from work for the next couple days? Can we write a little letter? It is compelling. It is absolutely compelling case. I agree with you. Did Aaron say that they have to work tomorrow? So we're going to miss having Aaron around for tomorrow, Jonathan. Let's see, anything else? At least everyone is ready tomorrow. I don't think we're going to Paris tomorrow. I don't think we're going to Paris yet. I think we're going to be playing at least 2 sessions in London. And then we'll go to Paris on Wednesday. Aaron says, yes, unfortunately he teaches tomorrow, but has 5 hours between the 2 classes, so maybe you can check in and help out. We'll give a recap if you missed tomorrow, like before we play the Paris, we'll give a recap. I'm really, there's lots of intriguing stuff goes in here. I want to make sure that we don't expect too much in terms of the solution to the mystery, but let's just enjoy and soak in the experience, and it has been fun. All right, no point in dragging this out since I will see you again tomorrow, Jonathan, at 11 p.m. Aaron, probably won't see you at 11, but when we next see you, we'll see you. And that ends it for tonight. Tomorrow, session 2. And I'll see you then.